Good evening, everybody. I am Councillor Dennis Spooner, the Chairman of the Planning Committee, and I'm pleased to welcome you to the meeting of this committee this evening. May I take this opportunity to advise you that if the fire alarm does sound, please remain seated, and members of the Democratic Services team will assess the situation and give further instructions on the evacuation of the building if necessary. Tonight's proceedings will be webcast by the Council, but if anyone else is intending to record these proceedings, can you please let me know? I ask this question not to stop you, but merely to ensure that members and other members of the public in the room know this is being done. Is anybody else intending to record? Thank you. I would also like to advise members that they should only address the meeting by way of their microphones and remind them to turn their microphones off when they have finished speaking. It is also very good if you speak as close to your microphone as possible so we can hear you and your voices are recorded onto the webcast. Item number 1 on the agenda, are there any apologies for absence? Don't think there are. We all seem to be here. Thank you. So there are no substitute members? Nope. Item 3, visiting members. I can see there's quite a few. Do you want to just come forward to identify yourselves and which item you're here for?
Thank you. Councillor Sams for item 14. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sams.
Councillor Wamsley, Lenham Parish Council.
Sorry, I don't. This is just borough councillors who are coming forward as visiting members. Councillor Coates.
Uh, 17, 18 and 19.
Thank you, Councillor Coates, and Councillor Harper.
17, 18, 19 and 20. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harper. Right, moving on to item 4 on the agenda. Items withdrawn, there are none. Date of the next meeting will be Monday the 24th, an adjourned meeting if we need it. I hope we can get through the full agenda this evening, although it might take quite a bit of time and we may not finish until very late. Item number 6, urgent items. I intend to take the update reports, which you've all had copies of, as urgent items, as they contain further information relating to matters which are to be considered at the meeting this evening. Item number 7. Are there any disclosures by members? None. Thank you. Disclosures by officers? None. Thank you. Disclosures of lobbying. I will go clockwise, Councillor Cox.
Items 13 and 14.
Thank you, Councillor Mumford.
13 and 14.
Councillor Wilkinson.
I've got 13, 14, 17, 18, 19, 20, Mr. Chairman.
Been very busy. Councillor English.
Item 13, item 14, item 20, item 17, item 18, item 19.
You've also been very busy, right, Councillor?
Thank you, Chairman. Items 13, 14 and 20. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zminski.
Items 13 and 16.
Councillor McKenna.
Thank you, Chair. 13, 14 and 20.
Councillor Holmes.
None.
Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Chairman. Items 12, 13, 14 and 20.
Councillor Young.
Thank you, Chairman. Items 13 and 14.
And Councillor Brindle.
Items 13 and 14.
I have been lobbied on item 13. Item number 9 on the agenda, to consider whether any item should be taken in private because the possible disclosure of exempt information. I move that all the items on the agenda be taken in public. Is that agreed? Thank you, members. Item number 10 on the agenda, the minutes of the meeting held on the 23rd of March, which you've all seen copies of. Are there any questions or comments on the minutes? In which case I move that they be approved as a correct record and signed. Is that agreed? Thank you, members. Item number 11, petitions. There are no petitions this evening. Right, we now move on to the first item in the running order, which is item 13 on the agenda, which is land at Forsham House, Forsham Lane, Sutton Valence, Kent. And I call upon Mrs. Geary, Principal Planning Officer, to provide us with her report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, application at Forsham House, Forsham Lane, Sutton Valence, Kent. This is the aerial photograph, and the application site is the garden area of the host dwelling, this area here. These all members able to see the photographs on one of the screens at least. This is a photograph from Forsham Lane of the eastern boundary, which comprises a closed board fence for one section of that boundary. Again, some photographs of the boundary, condition of the boundary hedging on the southeast boundary and the southern boundary. This is the western boundary with some neighbouring cottages. It's quite open in that corner. This is the block plan of the layout, which primarily comprises a care home in this U-shaped building there, and these blocks here are assisted living units, and they number 12 in total. Access point shared with the existing house, and there will be some alterations to the junction onto the main road. This is just a landscape strategy, basically just areas of greenery around the periphery of the site and a central courtyard area for the residents. These are the elevations, and as I've described in my report, there is some digging down into the site to create these sort of basement areas, but the site does generally slope towards the lane. And again, some street scene elevations of the proposed development relative to the cottages adjacent and the host dwelling. And this is just the indication of from the main road, the view down to the junction. And this area here would become a one-way area, so any vehicles turning right into the lane would have to use this part of the junction. Just to clarify, a verbal update for you. KCC Drainage have responded to the extra information on surface water. They're still not entirely satisfied with the methodology used and some of the calculations, and therefore if members were minded to follow the officer recommendation to refuse the application, I would suggest a further reason that there's inadequate information regarding surface water drainage at this point in time. Otherwise, just to summarise, the application has been recommended refusal based on an unsustainable location, harm to the character and appearance of the countryside due to visual harm for the mass and the footprint of the building, and the urbanising nature of the form of the development. There's limited existing and proposed landscape screening due to the relative size of the development relative to the size of the site. No biodiversity net gain has been demonstrated, and there's an adequate surface water drainage strategy at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Geary. We have 3 public speakers. Dr. Manga, the objector, Councillor Flint from Sutton Valence Parish Council, and Mr. Singh for the applicant. Can I ask Mr. Manga to come forward first? Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, he's not here, so his statement is going to be read.
Right. Thank you, Chairman. This is a statement from Dr. Manga and Dr. Chris Cranston from the Sutton Valence Group Practice. Both myself and my partner, Dr. Cranston, apologise for being unable to attend the meeting in person. I'm out of the country for the day of the meeting, and Dr. Cranston is currently on long-term sick leave for various reasons. At this current time, we at Sutton Valence Group Practice understand and appreciate the need for residential and nursing care for our local ageing community, which is badly in need. However, at this time, the heads of the practice unfortunately firmly and clearly object to the planning approval of such a facility. As is common knowledge, due to escalating volumes of residential units within our locality, both our practice and other local practices are heavily oversubscribed with patients. Indeed, a local practice has had to close its doors to new patients due to this crisis. We currently have a large Category 1 nursing home, Barchester, on our books, which is a 75-bed nursing home with patients of high dependency and need. We also gather that 2 other nursing homes in the locality at Langley are planned, which will tip us over the edge. We are currently experiencing serious staff shortages within administration and a recruitment crisis of new doctors and nurses, and we gravely regret to say we will be unable to provide safe and satisfactory care to another large nursing facility, as is planned here. Such construction of a care village within our boundary will undoubtedly present their residents with risk if we cannot effectively look after them safely. We are highly concerned and worried about this application at our medical practice. Thank you.
Thank you for reading that, Mrs. Snooks. Our next speaker, Councillor Flint, if you'd like to come forward. I don't know whether you've spoken at our meetings before, but if you press the middle button, you will have 3 minutes from when you start speaking.
I'm a Sutton Valence Parish Councillor, and I make this statement on behalf of our committee. We acknowledge and understand that there is a care crisis in the UK and believe that having more high dependency nursing care is critical for an ageing population. However, the Parish Council believes that this nursing home is being proposed in the wrong place. We believe that the development is contrary to DM30 Para 1. The development is in an area of LLV. The building will be clearly visible from Greensand Ridge, and we stand out amongst the scattering of small settlements, DM2 and SP17. We believe that this development contravenes policy DM14, which covers nursing and care homes. The proposal will adversely affect the character of the locality and the amenity of neighbouring properties by means of noise, disturbance, and further the intensity of use, or by size, bulk, and overlooking. And we will diminish the character of the street scene. We are concerned about the amount of traffic on the road entering and exiting the property. With the number of people who need care and the ratio of staff, there will be a continuous flow of traffic. The extra traffic will need to be lit, causing light pollution. Furthermore, contrary to the KCC, the speed limit is 40 miles per hour and not 30 miles per hour, which means the visibility display needs to be amended. Although in a meeting with the developers, they asserted that they would provide a GP service exclusively for the care home to relieve the pressure on Sutton Valence surgery, this cannot be guaranteed. Please would you take note of the strong objection in the letter from Dr. Manga, Senior Partner of Sutton Valence Group Practice. This application does not respect the amenities of occupiers of neighbouring properties. The development will cause excessive general noise, their homes will be overlooked, and there is unacceptable loss of privacy and light enjoyed by the occupants. This is contrary to policy MBC LP 2017 and policy DM1 Para 4 and the aims of the National Planning Framework 2019. The local residents have grave concerns about the flooding in the area and the ability of proposed drainage to clear the area of surface water. We believe that there are many unanswered questions and grey areas in this application, particularly concerning the level of ongoing medical care that will be offered. We are also concerned that the developers will not secure a care provider until after planning permission has been granted. So we respectfully ask that the members of this planning committee reject this planning application.
Thank you, Councillor Flint. And precisely timed to 3 minutes. Well done. Thank you very much. Our third speaker is Mr. Singh for the applicant. If you would like to come forward. If you press the middle button, your microphone will turn red and you have 3 minutes, and I'm afraid I will stop you after 3 minutes, so to be fair to everybody else.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of quick points. First of all, we have guaranteed and are willing to sign a contract, a legally binding contract, on providing the GP services within the home, so that would not be an impact, and we have already pledged that. It is not visible from Green Sands. That is factually not correct, because we have got tests which prove that with photographs. We did that after it was mentioned to us the first time, and surface water drainage was mentioned to us a couple of hours ago, and it's a very minor issue that can easily be dealt with. I'm here today because every planning expert we have spoken to feels that the primacy of need has not been weighed fairly in the report submitted to you and dismissed as a minor matter when it is absolutely fundamental to national planning policy. We also scouted 369 sites via 17 agents in 4 authorities, including this one, and the simple fact is no alternative site is available to meet these needs in a sustainable manner. As per planning law, that is equally fundamental to consent, but again has not been given any weight, and we're baffled by that. With the greatest respect to the LPA, that's our feeling. It's baffling because we've never come across this before. Finally, comments about visibility, impact and sustainability are not factually accurate. Experts and authorities, including Kent Highways, say that the site is sustainable, and all visibility assessments show that the site is lower than adjacent buildings, even houses. It's lower than that because of the slope of the site. It's mostly screened as well, so you can hardly see it, and if that map is moved a little bit to the right, you will see a large housing development there too. We are conscientious, methodical and decent people, and will not go through 2 years of investing precious resources at this time of our lives unless we know for sure that we would meet all criteria and tick all boxes. The NPPF expressly permits development outside settlement boundaries if needs are evidenced. There are endless examples of this being granted throughout the country, including in Maidstone, and just 200 metres from the site. We have evidenced this in an 87-page report, and I'm not sure if that's been given the primacy it needs to. There is a critical and urgent need, and if you count all of the existing and future care homes in the pipeline, it's still not met. We will make a massive dent in that shortfall. We also care passionately about what we do. Every little detail in this site is done with heart. My father passed away a few weeks ago, and everything I did for my father is in this site. Light, natural, organic farming to keep him busy, bigger rooms, all the facilities that anybody needs. We are not so arrogant that we would come here and persist for 2 years unless we were on every single tick box in the right place and meeting the criteria. We have done what has been asked of us, and I just feel I cannot understand the recommendation, despite my respect for the respected planning officer. Every single point we have addressed and readdressed. The minor ones we have been flexible. We have an electric bus service to add to the sustainability, even though that was not needed. Kent Highways has said it's sustainable anywhere. Care home residents don't drive. They just stay in the residence. It's the staff who need to go there, for which we have an electric bus, and there's a bus service outside. There's so many more things that I would like to say, but there's so many misrepresentations, and I don't think they're deliberate. I just don't think that it's been fair. This is not just our livelihood, it's our passion. Making the site a stunningly beautiful Kentish micro-village with a community cafe will serve the community for a very, very long time to come. People have stated that there's not enough social infrastructure. We're providing a cafe for the community as well. I really don't know what more to say. I honestly don't know what more to say, but we have gone through everything so diligently, and we do meet all the criteria, technically, legally, in every way. That's all I have to say. Thank you. And apologies if I've said anything out of place.
Okay.
I'm just speaking honestly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singh. Right, before I Mr. Jarman would like to address the committee, and then I'll go to the local member first, and then...
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. So, we're not arguing that there's not a need for care accommodation. Clearly, the population is aging, and the statistics show that there is a general need. As I often say at this committee, that doesn't mean to say you can build a care home wherever you like. And Mr. Singh, I'm sure, runs very good establishments, but I do disagree with him, being very honest, on that the big tick that is not missing, is a big cross in my opinion, is SP17. This is a development of considerable volume in the garden of a house, of a detached house. In my straightforward view, it is clearly contrary to policy SP17, which asks the question, is there harm to the character and appearance of the countryside? And we're looking at this in 2D, we should be looking in 3D. The volume, in my opinion, speaks for itself, so it's clearly contrary to SP17 and other policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jarman. Councillor Young, local ward member.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, what more can I say? I think Mr. Jarman has said it all. This development, despite the very eloquent presentation by the applicant, is one that I cannot support in any way. This is open countryside and must be retained as such. This would totally dominate this very beautiful area. It flies against policies DM30, SP17, SS1. It is in the open countryside and is excessive in height and mass, where it sits at the base of the Greenstand Ridge. This makes it highly visible and harmful to the setting of Sutton Valence. It's also built in a former garden and totally out of keeping with the existing buildings in the area, being three stories high. Access would be from the very busy A274 onto Forsham Lane, and the only sensible form of transport to and from this care home would be by car, because the bus service is infrequent. Walking would be extremely dangerous. There's a very big hill nearby, very few pavements. Cycling would be impossible, making this a totally unsustainable location for a care home. I understand that the residents aren't going to be walking or cycling, but I'm sure all the care workers will be, plus many other ancillary staff. It's not supported by the local GP practice, who already have a large care home in Sutton Valence, and another one is being built in nearby Langley, which is only a couple of miles from Sutton Valence. And this will no doubt come under the remit of Sutton Valence Surgery, despite the fact that the applicant has stated they will provide a GP. I find that a little bit suspect, because GPs are extremely hard to come by. So I think this is an open and shut case, and therefore I propose that we refuse this application according to the papers presented by the officers.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Is that seconded by Councillor Harwood?
Yeah, I'll second that, as long as the new drainage condition reason for refusal is inserted. Thank you.
Justin, I'd just like to hear from Councillor English.
Yes, I have been saying for some time that this council does really need to do more in terms of setting out where care homes actually are required, and because clearly, as I have also been saying, ad nauseum as far as some members are properly concerned, we do have a a major change in the demographics across this country, and we do have a very small amount of replacement population being born. So we are going, there's no question of need. What there is that does not mean that one has an open door to any proposal that comes forward. There may or may not be a local need, but even in Sutton Valence, even in Sutton Valence, if you can establish a local need, that still doesn't mean that you actually build anywhere. There are still requirements to be met in terms of policy, and in a number of ways, this particular application, because of its style of development, its scale, its location, the difficulties with dealing with biodiversity, landscaping, and all the other issues, this is not the right site, even if one can clearly establish a local need, which may well be possible. The second thing is, I would observe, in terms of sustainability, it's not just the staff. I had the misfortune to, well, one of my closest friends' mother had to go into a care home following a stroke. Whilst it does vary, this care home in Bedford had a significant number of visitors. So it's not just the staff. So people in care homes, yes, they don't themselves use vehicles, but the people who visit them frequently have to. And having tried to use the bus service down here on a few occasions over the years, and once taking my life in my hands and cycling down there, I am not going, I'm a relatively fit person, and I'm not doing that again, because frankly it was not the safest experience I've ever had. And that comes from someone who used to cycle out on deliveries for Royal Mail, so I know about cycling down dangerous routes, and that was definitely not an experience I wish to repeat. So I think a policy background here is fairly clear. The material circumstances of the application are fairly clear. So regardless of the general need, I think that we should follow the officer's recommendation with the addition of the drainage condition.
Thank you, Councillor Harwood. I'll just hear from Councillor Mumford, then we go straight to the vote. Councillor Mumford.
Yeah, I'll be very quick. We do acknowledge within our local plan and within our policies that this is one area that we are deficient in. However, DM14 dictates where we should approve them, and that is in the sustainable location, and it's within the defined boundaries of the urban edge, Rural Service Centre, larger village. Sutton Valence is a large village, but this is an awful long way away from the defined boundary. It's down the bottom of a hill. It is very visible, so therefore it is treading all over SP17. So I agree with the officers.
Thank you, Councillor Mumford. Councillor Young, you did make the proposal. It was seconded by Councillor Harwood. Are you happy to accept the slight change of wording that Councillor Harwood mentioned? He referred to the drainage issue to be added into the reasons for refusal.
Yes, of course.
You're happy with that?
Yes, I'm quite happy, thank you.
Okay. And officers are happy with that? Yeah. Yes. Fine. In that case, the recommendation is to refuse as per the order papers and the addition of the drainage issue. Votes in favour? Sorry? That is unanimous. Thank you, members. Rachel ready. We now move on to item 2 in the running order, which is item 14 on the agenda, which is Little Dean, Lenham Heath Road, Lenham Heath. And I call upon Mrs. Elliott to present her report to us.
Chairman. So I was just trying to get the cursor to show up. So the application relates to demolition of existing structures associated with a category and the development of the site for 6 dwellings with associated landscaping. Apologies. With associated parking, hard surfacing, landscaping, ecological enhancements, infrastructure, earthworks, and enhancements to the existing access onto Lennon Heath Road. The site is within the open countryside, some distance from the nearest defined settlement. It falls within the Stour catchment area, and the details of the implications of which are set out in paragraphs 6.35 to 6.34 of the committee report. Also, the urgent update identifies the updated Natural England comments. In this respect, there is a need for a revised mitigation scheme. This will be sought to be negotiated should members approve the development. The site was approved as a category in the 1980s, with the category pens and associated outbuildings currently remaining on the site, although the use has not been operational for a number of years. Part of the site which accommodates the category paraphernalia considers previously developed land under the NPPF definition, such that the site can be considered under the Council's brownfield policy. The aerial photograph here shows the site outlined in red. You can see the existing category buildings are generally along this western boundary here, with the existing bungalow of Little Dean here. You've got the local wildlife site to the west of the site, Bull Heath here. There's land also in the control of the applicant to the north of the site here. The existing access comes from Lennon Road through here. It currently serves the existing dwelling of Little Dean and the category business, but should the application be approved, the access will be upgraded and would solely serve the new 6 dwellings with a separate access previously approved to serve the remaining dwelling at Little Dean. This plan shows the public rights of way in the vicinity of the site. So you've got ones that go through the local wildlife sites, one to the north of the site, and other ones in close proximity. The nearest bus stop is approximately 800 metres from the site on the junction here with Lennon Forster Road and Rose Hill. It has a 2 daily bus service, once towards Ashford in the morning and once towards Maidstone in the afternoon. The existing block plan shows the position of the existing category buildings, which is showed earlier, primarily to the western part of the site, with a couple of outbuildings and sort of garage buildings here and here on the site. Here members will see the existing category structures, obviously single storey, low level, fit for their purpose for category accommodation. A photograph showing the existing cat pens on the site. Members will see the local wildlife site behind there with the trees close proximity to the site. So the proposal is for 6 dwellings. 1 dwelling will be sited to the frontage of the site. This will be a 2-storey detached dwelling. Then a terrace of 3 dwellings along the western boundary in a sort of linear form, trying to mimic the position of the existing category pens, and then a semi-detached pair to the north part of the site. Members will note the area outlined in blue here, which is in the applicant's control. This is where mitigation for reptiles and biodiversity enhancements are proposed, together with additional landscaping through conditions. The plan here shows the landscaping strategy. Again, you'll see the 6 dwellings, the car barn here, which is proposed to serve all the dwellings, parking to the front, rear garden areas, the planting along the front boundary, which we'll see in the photos in a moment, is mainly hedging at the moment. This will be enhanced with tree planting, again with enhancements to tree along all the boundaries, with the planting obviously outside the control in the local wildlife site, remaining to the west of the site. In terms of the dwellings themselves, the frontage dwelling will be a large detached property, 2-storey with an attached double garage with accommodation above. The terrace will be again 2-storey, 3 dwellings of similar proportions, and the semi-detached pair which will be to the north of the site. In terms of the current site, this is looking along Lenham Heath Road. So you've got the bungalow of Little Dean here. So one dwelling will be proposed here on the frontage of the site, which is the 2-storey detached dwellings. And then looking into the site again from Lenham Heath Road, you've got the existing access. The proposed access will primarily be in a similar position. You can just make out the existing cat pens sort of in the centre of the photo. Again, looking across the site, you'll see the land rising to the north with the public right-of-way located along that ridge. This land here is proposed to be a SUDS feature. Again, just in context, looking again across the site, you can see from the photos the steeply rising land to the north. Looking back from the other direction, from the public right-of-way south across the site, again you can see that the existing dwelling of Little Dean, other sporadic dwellings along Lenham Heath Road, the tops of the cattery pens here, an existing sort of small polytunnel and other sort of outbuildings within the site, the trees of the local wildlife site and the other existing landscaping within the site. Members will note the summary reasons for the recommendation in the committee report, and it is recommended the application be approved for the reasons set out in the report, subject to the conditions and Section 106 agreement to secure the nutrient neutrality and the landscaping scheme, subject to the urgent update which secures the mitigation strategy prior to the granting consent. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much, Mrs. Elliott. We have 3 speakers. First one, Councillor Walmsley from Lenham Parish Council, who'd like to come forward. I'm sure you've done this before. Press the middle button and you have 3 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak on this application. Lenham Parish Council submitted several months ago a detailed objection to this application, which obviously we haven't got time to go into here. That objection still stands. On the Parish Council, we try to take a pragmatic view on developments in the countryside, and where there is a straight conversion of an existing property or an extension to an existing property, we would normally find this acceptable. In the past, however, we have found that even where the parish would have considered an application acceptable, it's been turned down by Maidstone Planning on the grounds of limiting non-sustainable development in the countryside. We were therefore quite stunned, actually, when we read the committee report, allowing the demolishing of 1 property and its replacement by 6 properties, which is contrary to both the parish and MBC previous policies. This is not a sustainable location. This residential development is therefore contrary to the NPPF, the local plan, and the Lenham Neighbourhood Plan. Lenham Neighbourhood Plan Policy CP1 specifically mitigates against residential developments in locations which are outside the built confines, such as this current site. Indeed, a similar application in the hamlet of Platts Heath was correctly recently turned down by MBC, who are currently defending their decision at the appeal. If this application is allowed, it could set precedent for similar, not sustainable applications throughout the parish. In the event the proposal constitutes gross overdevelopment of this restricted rural site, the proposal would form a suburban housing enclave inappropriate in the countryside and highly detrimental to rural amenity. For the benefit of any new members, I would remind the committee that the Lenham Neighbourhood Plan has committed to the provision of 1,000 new houses, in addition to the approximately 500 houses approved prior to the 2017 local plan being published. With this level of development in the extended village built area, this countryside development is neither warranted nor required. Any modest redevelopment which may be considered should be strictly limited only to the existing or similar built footprint and gross floor area. The proposed development should not be allowed to sprawl in an unrestricted suburban built form into highly attractive, currently undeveloped open countryside. We would earnestly ask the committee to reject this application. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Councillor Walmsley. Right, our second public speaker is Mr. Wilford for the applicants. If you'd like to come forward, if you press the middle button, you'll have 3 minutes, and I'm afraid I will stop you after 3 minutes to be fair to everybody else.
Good evening, members. My name is Andy Wilford, Head of Land and Planning at Esquire Developments. We are a multi-award winning SME developer based in Kent with particular focus on high quality, bespoke design and building sustainable homes through a fabric first approach, and that we are all electric, utilising air source heat pumps. We have been working hard with the Borough Council since November 2020 to bring forward a high quality development on this brownfield site. The main cause for the 2.5-year delay was the Stogmarsh Valley nutrient neutrality matter, an issue out of our and Maystone's control. However, we have now agreed a way forward with Natural England, which includes a combination of the purchase of credits from Forestry England at Pleasant Woods amounting to 1.2 hectares of woodland, more than twice the size of the application site itself, and on-site mitigation. The committee report sets out the background to Natural England's no objection position in January this year and the most recent correspondence as a result of the amended Habitats Regulation Assessment. We are entirely comfortable that the mitigation requested can be met and can be confirmed through the legal agreement as identified in the urgent update item. The site itself is a modest 6 dwellings on a brownfield site, located within an area where the council itself is seeking to deliver substantial long-term growth as part of the emerging local plan. Working with officers, the scheme has been reduced in scale, adopting pre-application feedback that an original scheme for 9 dwellings should be reduced. A scheme for 7 dwellings was subsequently submitted, and again, following further advice from officers, reduced to 6 dwellings to help mitigate any perceived landscape impacts. This scheme has been thoughtfully designed to align to the current built form in a farmstead character. It is well designed, and coupled with the high sustainability credentials of homes themselves, is a scheme that very much sits not only within its surrounds, but also meets the intent and purpose of the adopted local plan policy DM5, which supports brownfield sites of this nature in the countryside. Whilst there is some conflict with policy SP17, we have sought to mitigate through good design, benefit and listen to the council in seeking to reduce the scale of development. The scheme offers an attractive setting and ecological net gain benefits, utilising land both on and off site that sits within our control. This allows us to achieve the necessary net biodiversity gains comfortably. And whilst the Pleasant Woods scheme is being delivered primarily to mitigate nutrient neutrality matter, our ecologists anticipate that the additional 1.2 hectares of planting would result in a net gain of up to 90% as a result of this site coming forward, a substantial net gain. Development is always an emotive issue. This application has only received 2 neighbour objections, a very low number, which we hope reflects the local community's recognition that this represents a high quality brownfield redevelopment. I believe you may have seen some CGIs which weren't shown tonight, but it could certainly set a benchmark for future development in design terms. We therefore respectfully request that members endorse officers' recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilford. First speaker, Councillor Janetta Sands. I'm sure you know what to do.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. I, like Lenham Parish Council, are very surprised to see this application here at all. I would have expected a opposite recommendation. This is a highly visible development in the open countryside. It is not sustainable. It is contrary to MPPF, and as Councillor Walmsley has said, it's contrary to the Lenham Neighbourhood Plan SP1. When the category was permitted, it was granted as an exception to the policies aimed at countryside protection. So it is not appropriate to grant residential permission. The development would produce gross overdevelopment of this rural site, and it would be highly detrimental to the rural amenity. It is a sensitive area, and the area is currently underdeveloped open countryside. The existing buildings, as you saw from the photographs, are very low profile cat shelters. So can I ask members to look how low they are and how visible houses would be? Councillor Young referenced the other application just now and talked about height and mass, and that's what we have here. We've got 2-storey accommodation and above garage accommodation, and the officer made it very clear that what is there now is very low level cat shelters. Calling this a brownfield site, I feel, is a bit of an over exaggeration. It is open countryside. It's not brownfield sites. The application will harm the character and the appearance of an area and therefore be contrary to SP17. The adverse impacts on the appearance and the character of the landscape cannot be appropriately mitigated. There will be damage to the countryside, and no amount of screening will be enough to mitigate the harm. In view of the fact that the application is contrary to the MPPF, SP17 and Lenham Neighbourhood Plan, I ask members to refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sands. Right, I open now to the floor. I have Councillor English and then Councillor Mumford.
Tempted though I was to make some slightly amusing remarks, which might or might not have been amusing, I think I shall resist the temptation. I find it difficult to understand how this report has arrived, how we got a report with this recommendation. We've just had a very clear argument on sustainability. All right, that was a care home and this is residential housing, slightly different perhaps, but nevertheless there's still a sustainability issue, and it's about time this council was consistent with its approach to sustainability. I've said this before and I say it again. However, given I thought we were actually making some progress to dealing with that particular issue. We've had the refusal not far away, which is currently at appeal. We've had the application we just discussed. On every ground I can think of, this is an unsustainable development. It is not a brownfield site. A small section of the site, that line of cages and another small section of the site might be considered to be brownfield. The site as a whole is mostly not. Where we have approved brownfield sites in the past, they have usually been for a number of reasons: non-conforming uses, sites that were brownfield sites that were actually the entire site location, which had long expired uses and have been much more built out and with considerably less biodiversity on the site and with less landscape interest. So however you look at this, this just doesn't make sense as to why this is recommended for approval. So I would say, secondly and finally, I would say if we were going to approve this, all of the mitigation, every last detail of the mitigation and the biodiversity should be agreed up front. On a site like this, you don't just say, oh, we'll approve it and we'll get the mitigation sorted out afterwards and we'll get the nutrient neutrality issue sorted out. Those of us who have been involved in the local plan review will know just how flipping difficult the whole neutrality issue is in Lenham. It has delayed the whole issue with Heathlands, whichever one thinks about it, And it is not a simple thing to resolve. We can't just say, oh, we'll approve it and we'll sort it out later, which is essentially what the recommendation is saying. And finally, I've had it up to with off-site mitigation for development schemes. If this scheme were to come forward, it should be mitigating on-site. I've time and time again seen offset schemes, and frankly, then what happens next is the offset scheme gets built on, and we have to move those things again. John will know, Councillor Perry will know several schemes in Staplehurst where reptiles have been moved onto those sites to offset a development, and the next thing that's happened, we have to move them again because that site gets developed. And I'm really not having this constant cascade of we mitigate off-site, that site gets built on, and we have to mitigate somewhere else yet again. Not having it. So on every single aspect, if we were going to approve this, a scheme here, this is not it. So I would like to recommend that we refuse it on it's an unsustainable location, it's contrary to policy because of SB 17 because of its clear impact on the landscape and character of the local area, and it's contrary to the Lenham Neighbourhood Plan, and I'm sure there's plenty of others that it doesn't, and because of the clear lack of mitigation up front. I'd like to hear the officers comment on whether that's a sustainable grounds of refusal.
Thank you, Councillor English. Before I ask if you have a seconder, I'd like to ask Councillor... Thank you, Councillor Harwood. Councillor Mumford?
I was putting my hand up to second it. I'm not sure what the grounds are, and we've got to really sort those out. But can we have a picture of the cat? Do we call them cat pens put up? And very low profile buildings, very little impact on the open countryside, and only 0.4 of a hectare, that's about an acre of the site, which we're going to replace with 6 dwellings, 2 stories. So I don't think there's any parallel there. And when we talk about the site, we've got 3 areas in there. We've got a garden, and we've also got open countryside, and I believe a public right-of-way elevated above the site that overlooks the site. So I think we can look at SP 17, damage, harm to the open countryside, and definitely from the public right-of-way. I think we also include on that CP1, which is the neighbourhood plan policy relating to residential developments. I'm asked at 7.06 look at the harm in balance with the benefits of the site. And I'm not quite sure what those benefits are, so I'm having trouble doing that balance. If it is the net biodiversity gain, as Councillor English has said, are we sure that that will be retained? And then you've got to balance again against that net biodiversity gain an unsustainable location that is car dependent. So while you might get net biodiversity gain, you've got an unsustainable location that is just going to be as harm to climate if we're talking about balances. So that balance does not work for me. There is harm to our open countryside. Mainly that can be viewed from the public right-of-way. And remember, it is not just purely a brownfield site, even though it does, because it harms the open countryside, it doesn't comply with DM5. We then get SP 17 and the neighbourhood plan come into play on those other elements of the ground in there. So I think overall, it's definitely SP17. Unsustainable location, CP1, and yeah, I'll go back to Clive for any more.
Thank you, Councillor Mumford. I'll just ask Councillor Perry if you want to speak, and then we'll come back to the motion.
Sustainability of the grounds of refusal. Mr. Jarman, please.
As both you and Councillor Munford have said, part of the site, obviously a significant part of the site, is classed as brownfield. Although the cattery is now shut, lawfully it could start again. So, you know, obviously we've had many an appeal in the past whereby inspectors have said, yes, it's in an unsustainable location, but there was an existing use. However, a term Councillor Munford has used is it's all a matter of balance. One could say that this is a small-scale cattery use, and the sort of comings and goings, if you like, of the amount and size of houses proposed would be greater. So, would you like to elaborate, Rachel?
So obviously the existing cattery use did, before it sort of stopped operating, have vehicle movements. The transport assessment submitted set out that approximately on a sort of day-to-day basis there would be 12 movements of traffic, people dropping off or either picking up the cats, and 2 members of staff. Compared to the pros of the 620s, it would be a greater trip generation. I think that was equated to about 31 trips on the proposed development compared to, I suppose, approximately sort of 12, 14 trips for the cattery, which would increase during peak sort of holiday season.
Right, thank you, Mrs. Elliott. Councillor Perry?
Thank you, Chairman. Well, it's all been said, really. I mean, it's a brownfield site, yes, maybe, but it's stretching our belief just a little bit, I think, to be perfectly honest with you. It's not sustainable. It's patently obvious it's not sustainable. If you put 6 houses on them, I suspect most will have at least 2 cars, so the number of movements will be, they're not going to be waiting for the local bus, are they? I doubt it. Even if there is one, which is probably highly unlikely. Anyway, the other point I just wanted to make was it's not in line with the neighbourhood plan. The neighbourhood plan must be respected. That's, I think, extremely important. But I think it drives a coach and horses through SP17. And SP17 is SP17 is very, very important. And we need consistency on SP17 as well, because I recall a few months ago now, we reviewed one house. It was actually in Marden, though it was close to my own ward, where we used SP17 to refuse it very, very strongly. And this is far worse, I think, and yet we're saying, oh, we approve it. Sorry, I can't buy that. I really cannot. So I think the points have been very well made, and I think they've been very well made by Councillor Sams and by the Lenham Parish Council as well. So I think we must refuse this. I really do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perry. Councillor English, do you wish to sort of...
Yeah, I mean, despite what the applicant said, and there's nothing in the report that says anything about how the mitigation is actually going to be guaranteed. So that's one point. Secondly, I strongly believe that, you know, there's a difference between people kind of turning up for a cattery once a week, having their cats staying there, then turning up at the end of that week to remove them, which is that you don't tend to put a cat in a cattery for a day. And you having that number of journeys from a resident's house, a housing estate, in a suburban housing estate in the middle of nowhere. I mean, I have weighed the considerations, and at the end of the day, if the cattery use started up again, I think it would be much less impactful on the local neighbourhood than the alternative housing estate. So frankly, I don't think it's a problem that they could reinstate the existing use. I think I would have to say that in my opinion, that would be acceptable. If they don't do that, then that's their decision. But this is not an acceptable scheme in my view, and I stick with the grounds of refusal unless I'm told that any of them is undefendable.
Councillor Harwood, do you wish to make another comment?
Thank you, Chairman. Just for kind of brevity's sake, I'll be as quick as I possibly can. Absolutely agree around SP17, the impact upon the open countryside, and the countryside is very open in this location. In terms of the sustainability issue, this is a genuinely remote location. Lenham Heath is a long way from anywhere. And it's not just sustainability in transport terms, it's sustainability in terms of access to school places, in terms of access to social care, to hospitals, to everything else. And I think that needs to somehow be emphasised within any grounds for refusal. I'm also very concerned that as part of the balancing exercise, we're somehow having biodiversity net gain being talked about, but without any detail on how any biodiversity net gain is going to be achieved. I mean, frankly, at the moment, you've got a site which is derelict now and being taken over by wildlife. Even when there were cats there, they're all in cages. As soon as people move in with their pets and their cats all wandering about on Bull Heath, eating the wildlife, I don't think that's a biodiversity net gain. But there are also the impacts are far greater from a residential use. It's not just the comings and goings of vehicles, it's the spraying chemicals in the garden, it's all the paraphernalia, the lighting, everything that goes with a residential accommodation day and night fundamentally changes an intrinsically quiet and dark site. So I think we really do need to evidence this. This is not just SB17 and it just happens to be in the countryside. This is not just an unsustainable site. I think we need to, as part of the underpinning narrative, explain why we feel that in that balancing exercise this is a redevelopment of a brownfield site too far.
I'm quite happy to accept that.
Thank you, Councillor Harwood. Councillor English. Unless you have any sort of reasons for refusal yourselves, I think the officers have been... Oh. Mr.
Yeah, sorry, Chair. Just before we do anything with regards to any votes or anything like that, can we just make sure that the officers just read back what the grounds are? Right, okay, great, thank you.
I think I'm just going to explain. I think the officers have been sketching out some reasons for refusal, and when they've done it, perhaps I could ask them to read them out so members know exactly what they're voting on.
I think on the SP17 ground of refusal, I'll come on to the others later, but I think there needs to be specific reference to part of the site is brownfield, a specific reference to the volume of the existing cattery and the volume of what's proposed, resulting in harm to the character and appearance of the countryside, because as we all know, SP17 doesn't say significant harm, it just says harm. So, but picking up also on what Councillor Harwood said, sort of getting more accurate on harm to character, then I think you can bring in things like lighting, a more sort of domestic appearance, a sort of the kind of non-appearance issues, if that makes sense. So that would be the first ground of refusal around SP17 being specific. Then there would be a second reason for refusal on unsustainability, taking account that part of the site is brownfield and there is a cattery. There is a cattery, and making specific reference to that, so that we've acknowledged that fact. But saying that this would be a more intensive form of development in an unsustainable location, or words to that effect. And then, sorry, I've got Rachel right in next to me. And then thirdly, perhaps, I might need to speak to a colleague on this. I think members were concerned that there wasn't comprehensive evidence today that Natural England were happy with the nutrient neutrality mitigation. My understanding is that part of it is that, as Mr. Wilford explained, that I was going to call them the Forestry Commission, but they're now Forestry England. They are planting a forest called Pleasant Forest. I might have got the name wrong. And what is proposed as part of this is that, in straightforward terms, as I understand it, the applicant is paying for those trees. Well, that's what's proposed. But my understanding is
the forest is going to be there anyway, whether the applicant pays for it or not.
Well, okay. If one, maybe it's a leap. If one accepts that is part of the mitigation, as I understand it, there is still a residual, and therefore, can I just check? Is that correct?
Okay. Natural England are aware of the Pleasant Forest scheme and are satisfied it can be used as an offset to this form of development. So they are supportive of that in principle.
I'll ask, sorry, but can I just check? But as I understand it, in bold, even if Pleasant Forest was accepted, that's not the entire mitigation for the phosphates and nitrates.
No, it's a combination of things. They are doing some land use changes on the right where it's got the SUDS, potentially the SUDS scheme that was previously pasture land, so that's a benefit. That's less pollution than the previous use. And they're also, to the north, the site that's outlined in blue is also going to become a less polluting land use relative to existing. And potentially there was other evidence that could come forward to create the balance. So there is potentially mitigation.
The key word. I'm not going to argue about whether the mitigation that potentially may arise is right or not, but what I will say here and now, with a scheme like this that is such an exception to policy, the mitigation has to be seen up front. So the ground of refusal I'm suggesting is it isn't.
Can I interrupt here and bring in Mr. Fitzpatrick, who wants to speak to us?
Yes, it's nothing massive. I suspect the one is to mitigate the impact on the start marsh, which, whereas the other part, which I think you're referring to, is biodiversity net gain. I don't think they're talking about them in the same term. I don't think they're saying that the sorting out the nutrient neutrality issue is the biodiversity net gain.
I'm just saying that, yes, the two have got slightly conflated there, but I'm saying in both cases, if we were to permit, and there are circumstances where we could, my personal view is very clear that with such an exceptional site, which is against policy in my view in many ways, that mitigation for both the biodiversity and the nutrient neutrality should be there at the beginning and guaranteed and not potential.
Sorry, yes, I agree. That was my question, but as I understand it, today there is not a comprehensive solution today. It could be highly likely, etc., but today if we get in the term comprehensive.
Okay, Councillor Harwood, and then we'll go to the vote.
Thank you. I don't want to continue this, but I think there's a really fundamental point here, that if we are going to have policy on nutrient neutrality based upon chipping in some money to a scheme that's already going to go ahead, so it's making no difference, I think we should go back perhaps potentially to Natural England to say that we do not accept that this is valid. And secondly, in terms of just the biodiversity issues and the net gain issues, the surrounding area, particularly Bull Heath, does have a well-documented biodiversity which would potentially be negatively impacted by residential development, cheek by jowl with it. So I am really quite concerned that in that final, that reason for refusal 3, that we do drill down a little bit into the biodiversity issues, and so, because as I said, this is a balancing exercise, and it seems that all of the weights on the plus side are evaporating.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mumford.
Yeah, there's just on the SP17 front, the Parish Council mentioned their policy, CP1. Neighbourhood plans are hard to get, very important, so it should be included.
Thank you. Can Mrs. Elliott read out? Well, I think there's 3 reasons for refusal. If you could read them out, that would be very
I haven't
useful.
got the exact wording, but just the headline grounds essentially. So, firstly, into consideration of the visual harm, which would link to sort of harm to the character and appearance of the countryside, the increase in volume, the views from the public right of way, the change in the characteristics of the site, reference in sort of SP17, CP1 of the neighbourhood plan. I think there may be some other policies that may be relevant, sort of DM5, as we're not approving it under the Brown Rule, could be relevant, DM30, and I think there may be the design policies within the Lenham neighbourhood plan could also be relevant. So with all these reasons, if members are willing to accept them, give delegated powers to Head of Development Management to put in the policies that are relevant for each individual condition, reason for refusal. So then the second reason would be to do with the unsustainable location, relating to sort of the more intensive use compared to the existing category, the reliance on private motors, the lack of, you talked about the lack of infrastructure, if that is something that we could reasonably put into that reason. And the third reason would be linked to sort of the lack of demonstration of mitigation relating to nutrient neutrality, and the ecological impact, and that there isn't demonstrated that biodiversity net gain would occur, relating to the relevant policies within the local plan, NPPF, and the neighbourhood plan.
Thank you, Mrs. Elliott. Did members get the general gist of all that? Yes. Okay, so the proposer and seconder are happy? Okay, can I get...
Sorry, is the nutrient neutrality point and the biodiversity 2 separate points? Because I think there are 2 separate points, not conflated. Okay.
It could be, yeah, it could be either or joined, but probably 6 separate issues.
Right, members, we've had a proposal, it's been seconded. You've seen the reasons for refusal. I have votes in favour of refusing as per the... Votes against? No abstentions? Thank you, members. That is then refused. Thank you. We'll just wait a few moments before we continue. I think some councillors have gone off for a comfort break. Right, can we reconvene? Good evening, Councillor Cummins. I hope you weren't thinking you could slink in unnoticed. We did.
I do apologise for being late, but I've been out training for the London Marathon. But my mobility scooter ran out of charge, so I've had to give up.
You have our greatest sympathy. Can I ask if you have any declarations?
Only that I've got to charge the mobility scooter, but no, I have no declarations and no lobbying.
And have you been lobbied on anything on the
at
agenda? Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Clements. It's nice to see you here. Planning Committee wouldn't be the same without you. Right, we now come on to item number 3 in the running order, item 16 on the agenda, land adjacent to the Hawthorns, Pye Corner, Oldcombe. I'm going to call upon Mr. Ryan to give us his report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This application relates to land adjacent to the Hawthorns. It is for gypsy and traveller accommodation. Firstly, in terms of the aerial images, here you have the left-hand side image shows the context with Eastwood Road running on the top of the image. Pye Corner is over to the top right. Headcorn Road running down the centre of the image, and obviously where the orange arrow is the current application site. Right-hand side is a zoomed-in image of the site. Note the landscape buffer to the south of the site and to the east. Planning permission is sought respectively for the change of use of the land for the stationing of 1 static mobile, 1 touring caravan and 1 day room for gypsy and traveller combination, including parking, turning area and soft landscaping. Just in terms of the photographs, this is looking east to the eastern boundary. You see the existing caravan on the site on the left-hand side. Again, just further around the existing caravan again. The existing day room can be seen in the background of this photograph, with the caravan on the adjacent site also in the background. Again, the existing caravan, note the surface there on the site. It's a current permeable surface. Another photograph of the existing site. In terms of what's proposed, it's proposed to replace the existing day room with this new day room. In terms of the layout, the day room is at the top of the existing site, and you have a touring caravan pitch on the western side next to the access road, and the static to the eastern side of the site. In terms of the static itself, these are details of the static which is on the site at the moment. In response to the points made by the Parish Council, firstly in terms of traveller status, as set out on page 71 of the papers, paragraph 6.14, officers are satisfied that the intended occupants of the existing occupants are of Gypsy heritage. A planning condition is recommended to ensure that the site shall not be used by persons other than those with Gypsy or traveller heritage. In terms of harm to the low-wheeled landscape of local value, this location was assessed as part of the decision to allocate this site in the current local plan. The site allocation states that the substantial landscape buffer, which is to the south of the site, be retained, and the current application shows the potential of this buffer and enhancement of this buffer. Landscaping to the east is also retained, and to the north there are existing caravans. The further point made by the Parish Council relates to sustainability. DN15 states that local services should be accessible from Gypsy and traveller sites, with the preference being that is by means other than the private car. It is accepted that this site is only accessible by private car, although it's a short journey to local facilities. This location would have been considered in the decision to allocate the site in the existing local plan. The final point made by the Parish Council relates to protected species. There's no indication that this application will impact on the protected species. Enhancement of biodiversity is required as part of Condition 8. The urgent update is highlighted. That provides the actual dimensions of the proposed day room. It also asks for a change to the officer recommendation. When the application was first put in, the applicant didn't notify all of the landowners, and before we actually issued a decision that notice needs to go out. So the recommendation is to approve, subject to no new issues being raised as part of that notice. Also, not in the urgent update, there is a correction needed to Condition 9. The reference to Condition 9 in that condition should be actually Condition 8, and the same with Condition 12. The reference in that condition should also refer to Condition 8. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. We have two public speakers, one of which will be a statement read, I believe, by Mr. Fitzpatrick on behalf of Oldcombe Parish Council.
Oldcombe Parish Council's objection. Members of the Planning Committee, the report you have been given in support of this application is misleading. We will highlight some of the issues which we hope you will agree are sufficient to object to this application, or postpone a decision until there is legal clarification from the government on the PPTS definition of a gypsy. We highlight some of the issues. Main issue, gypsy status. In 2017, a letter from Braysher's solicitors sent to Maidstone said that its concerns were that Maidstone were giving more weight to its apparent need for more traveller sites before adhering to due process in line with PPTS 2015. The concerns were that Maidstone was not applying the correct legal test for whether an applicant is a gypsy or traveller in line with the purpose of policy DM15 of the local plan and the PPTS 2015. In other words, Maidstone is not properly assessing the evidence in support of an applicant's assertion that he has a nomadic habit of life, which is now the main criterion to prove an applicant is a gypsy or traveller as spelled out by PPTS 2015. Maidstone is reiterating the old criteria, that being a gypsy means having gypsy heritage or having a desire to lead a travelling lifestyle. This is no longer the test. The definition of being a gypsy is being able to prove having a nomadic habit of life. We prefer the lawyer's viewpoint. This report simply quotes an assertion by the applicant's agent that the applicant visits horse fairs. Evidence has not been provided to support this. For example, is there canvassing literature to give out when travelling to find work, or receipts, etc.? This application should be refused on the grounds of the applicant not having a clearly proven nomadic habit of life. No comment has been made about the applicant also apparently living in 3 Martin's Gardens. Planning application 18/506275. Quoting Smith versus Secretary of State, October 2022, is misleading as it refers to PPS 2015 being discriminatory against the old and disabled and race. The applicant is neither old nor disabled, and being a gypsy is now only defined by having nomadic habits of life. This ruling does not invalidate PPTS 2015, and the judgment refers to an individual case and not the general definition in the PPTS. The PPTS says whatever the race or origin, and it applies to everyone and does not discriminate on grounds of race. We accept that 5 mobile homes have been agreed on this site, but the main point is that there is no evidence that the applicant has a nomadic habit of life. He has lived in Hawthorne since at least 2009. We have consistently opposed the traveller site at Hawthorne Farm because it breaches all the countryside policies and causes a major loss of amenity to the neighbours of Kingsnode. We therefore urge this committee to refuse the application until there is hard evidence the applicant has a nomadic habit of life and Maidstone gets clarification on how Smith versus Secretary of State affects the PPTS. Other issues. No, I've got 4 seconds. Visual and landscape impact on highways, sustainability, and residential amenity. Sorry, I didn't get to the rest of the paragraphs. But we certainly got the nomadic way of life done.
Well done, Mr. Fitzpatrick. Just within the 3 minutes. Well done. You obviously practiced that one. Right, we now have Mr. Mackay for the applicant. I'd like to come forward. I think you've been here before, so you know what to do. Press the button.
Thank you. I think all I got from the Parish Council objection was we have consistently objected. I think that kind of sets the tone, really, unfortunately, with the way a lot of these applications are looked at. Obviously, I think as a borough council, you're going to be in a difficult position with a lot of applications over the next year and a half, with obviously the interim findings of the GTAA. I think for this particular site, there's a couple of things I'd pick on in particular. The applicant was one of the named children on the original planning permission for this site back in, I want to say 2017, I may be wrong. And actually there was always permission for a caravan on this part of the site, albeit it was a tourer. We've kept the site as small as we need to, as small as we can. The day room we've kept very modest. I think day rooms can be a particularly contentious, having submitted a number of day room applications over the last couple of years of varying sizes. And I think as a borough council, it would be really useful to, in amongst everything else you have to do, try and look at producing some design guidance actually for gypsy and traveller sites, but also for day rooms. I remember one set of drawings doing the rounds that was about 60 foot long, and because there was no design guidance, it was really hard for local authorities to say no. It's a genuine application for a genuine family member that wants his own pitch now. We don't think we're being greedy in terms of the size of the site that we're producing. Obviously, we've worked when we've amended the scheme, when we've been discussing with the planning officer, obviously for which we're very grateful for. I I've got a number of other applications that are in the pipeline to be coming to this committee in the next few months, so so I thought I'd give you a quick heads up with that one. But no, obviously I appreciate parish councils struggle when looking at these applications, and the reality is in the last 10 years that I've been submitting applications like this to Maidstone, nearly every single one has come here because as soon as a parish objects, it has to come to committee. And with the greatest respect, I don't think it's always a good use of your time to look at applications like this, that we've worked hard with members or with officers to amend a scheme to something that they are happy with. So yeah, I think that's all I've really got to say with this application. I think the report speaks for itself. I think it's well written, and hopefully you'll agree with the officer's recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mackay. Well within your 3 minutes. Right. I'll come to the local ward member first, Councillor Zawinski, and then Councillor English, Harwood and Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want a couple of clarifications first. Page 73, 6.27 at the top. When you talk about local service centre, you're talking about Headcorn, I assume, not Oldcombe. No. Well, I'll come to that. Yeah, okay. And, yeah, well, page 68, 104, when we talk about the 5 caravans that are allocated there, that is actually on that land itself, not Hawthorns separately. It's on that land that's adjacent to it as well.
Yes, there's the site allocations for 5 caravans. There are 2. There are a total 3 there at the moment. 2 of them have got planning permission. Yeah. The 3rd one is a subject of this application.
But the land itself is part of that application, yes. Allocated land.
Yes.
Where the stuff is now.
Yes.
Which we're getting. Okay,
yes.
That's fine. Thanks. Okay. Now, whilst I accept MBC must provide appropriate sites for the community, I wouldn't support this particular application. In fact, I would go as far as to say until the current consultation and DPD is completed, all applications for sites in the Headcorn ward in particular should be put on hold, although I don't suppose that's going to happen. In this particular case, I don't want to go through all the parish council reasons again, but I would agree with them entirely. Proof of traveller status, harm to the landscape, lack of sustainability, and the effect on protected species. I would point out Headcorn ward is one of the highest per capita proportions of the travelling community in the country. It's not good for the borough or Headcorn itself, as the travelling community needs to be spread evenly across all of the borough. So there's not one area that becomes dominated in proportions of the population by one type of resident. Turning to policy DM15, the Headcorn Doctors' Surgery, in fact pretty much like you heard Sutton Valence earlier on doctors talk about, is already overburdened, worse than Sutton Valence. And only last night, after full council, I attended the Headcorn AGM, and all of the residents were very, very angry about their inability to get an appointment with the doctor for weeks. The local school is also fit to burst and cannot accept any more pupils. This means there's clearly a breach of policy DM15, which requires a site to be located close to schools and health services. There are none that are available. It is no good just to say that they're there if they cannot be accessed. At the moment, there are 1 or 2 bus services a week from Oldcombe, which may be ceasing in the near future, and accessibility to the site is also a challenge. Although a KCC issue, the roads in the vicinity are totally unsuitable for anything but agricultural vehicles, really. And I take issue with the statement in 6.24 on page 72 that the site can easily be accommodated to the local road network. If, however, the committee does see a way through to agreeing this application, I would say that that day room is of a considerable size, a bungalow type thing, and maybe we should be putting a condition on it that solar panels should be added as part of the energy sustainability programme. That's it for the moment. I'll reserve the right to come back to anyone if they wish. or if I wish.
Thank you, Councillor Spencer. You made some interesting points there. I'll ask Mr. Jarman or Mr. Ryan to come back to you.
Yeah, just as a general point, and Tony can come back on details, but to me this is the reverse of the nursing home application, which was quite rightly refused outside Sutton Valence, in that there's a very specific need, in that, as you know, Councillor Trubinsky, at a very recent public inquiry, an inspector said, you haven't got a 5-year land supply for traveller sites. And on top of that, I usually say my usual, you can't have these anywhere, but this is an allocated site, so it's in accordance with our own local plan.
Thank you, Mr. Jarman. Councillor English, Harwood and then Cox.
First of all, when we're talking about gypsy status, it's not a question of criminal law where it is a matter of absolute proof. It's civil law. It's balance of probabilities. That's my first observation. Second observation is, well, given the stance of Oldcombe Parish Council pretty much proves that they believe they're gypsies. They don't generally object to applications by anyone else. We've seen them support applications by, in the most remarkable circumstances, from other communities. This policy, if we turned it down because of the arguments we put, none of which, although they may have been there because they've run out of time, but none of the arguments that they headed up at the beginning of their statement relate to any issues in relation to the site itself. Given that this is an allocated site, and given that it's within the footprint of that site, the decision as to whether or not this is an appropriate site for a gypsy and travel allocation has already been made, at least for the moment. The local plan review could change that, I take your point. However, it is a developing policy. Whilst policies are in development, councils can take those into account, but the main material consideration remains the policy that is in effect now. And as far as I'm aware, the local plan review does not intend to change this particular site. It may be that with the G&T Traveller document, that site allocation is proposed for change, but at the moment it isn't, so we have to go with the local plan as it is. So if this site were to be refused, we would have to have something site-specific or design-specific. As none of those issues have been raised, I cannot see how we could sustain an objection to this particular application. It complies with policy. However, I mean, I have no objection to it having a solar panel on it if the day room is capable of taking it. We would have to assess whether or not it was physically capable of so doing, but, you know, at the end of the day, I'm always in favour of renewable energy. So if that were possible, by all means.
Thank you, Councillor English. Have you finished? Okay, Councillor Harwood.
Thank you, Chairman. I mean, in planning terms, I think we've explored the kind of planning policy issues, if you like. But I just come back to the fact that this was allocated for a reason, and one of the reasons is it is so well landscaped, and you cannot see it from anywhere, frankly. I've worked on a lot of farms surrounding it, and even on the back of a trailer, you can't see into it. I think what is important, though, is that kind of comma of landscaping, that little strip piece of woodland on the southeast corner of the site, it's absolutely vital that that stays in place, because it's just as you come down to the bottom of the Greensand Ridge, and then it flattens out onto the low weald, and it is fundamentally significant in all views, that patch of woodland. And what I would say is that currently there has been no encroachment into it from the site, and it stays as is. But I think we just need to be really careful, and I think actually the applicants and their agents understand that that is what shields that little enclave, if you like. I think we've rehearsed all of the issues around sustainability and so on. Essentially, we're not looking at any additional urbanisation of this site. We're just looking at where Atura was, putting a larger mobile home onto that spot. There may be some issues around the utility room, but frankly, it's quite a big plot. It's well screened, so what harm does it do? If there is some way that we can get renewables in there, if the technology works in that location, happy to support that. And just on the other point around this part of the borough having a very large gypsy community, I think it's fair to say that because of the type of agriculture in Maidstone Borough, that we have had a large gypsy population for a long time. And interestingly, my ward, North Ward, if you look at the 18th century, had a very significant gypsy population, but the thing is it's all housing estates now. I think I know what I'd probably rather still have, the woods with the odd caravan enclave in it. So I'm happy to move that we grant permission as per the papers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Is that seconded by Councillor McKenna? Do you wish to speak, Councillor McKenna?
No. With the amendments which have been said by the officer, yeah.
So I didn't quite catch what you said, Councillor.
Just said with the amendments which the officer gave.
Okay, Councillors, it has been proposed to be approved as per the papers, together with the urgent update. Sorry? Oh, sorry, Councillor Cox.
I was being ever so patient. Really, it's just 2 points. Not disagreeing with anything that's been said. However, it is like Groundhog Day. How is it we can have emerging policies about things like, just snatch one out of the air, shop fronts? And that can come through really quickly. Yet I remember back in 2017, we were talking about day room sizes back then. Why are we still here now doing the same thing? This is not, however, big enough to put a Cessna aircraft in. It does seem quite reasonable. I'm wholly behind us having things that should be there, such as the solar PV. Because if we can go back to the first photograph that we were shown as we came into the actual site, I wonder why we cannot, there it is, lovely, go back, no, that one. Why have we not got policies about the containment of gas cylinders? They're in everything else that we have for safety, and if a traveller turns up in one of our car parks, the first thing that we can actually say you need to be moved on for is if they don't have the gas cylinders safely contained. Look at the amount of them that are there. Why don't we have a policy about having firm cylinders that actually are come and filled by people so that it is a safe supply? So I very much think that it's a good idea that we could ask for PV here to be sustainable, but why haven't we got the SPDs about day rooms? I think as a committee we should be referring this back to the correct committee to make this happen. We've dilly-dallied about far too long. We've heard it from an applicant. So I do think we need to do something as a committee. I know it's not relevant now, but we should bring it up at the end, please. Thank you.
I think that's all matters for the DPD to look at, but I'll ask Mr. Charman just to come back about the sustainability.
Yeah, I was just going to agree with you, Chair. As I understand it, the Gypsy and Traveller DPD is going to contain specific policies on the matters that you raised, Councillor Cox. As I always say, without those kind of policies today, which could be in the form of an SPD, but the decision's been taken to put them in a DPD, which means an examination, etc., and the timetable that goes with that. Personally, I do not think they'd meet the tests for conditions.
Before we move to the vote, are we going to at least look at whether you can get some renewables on there?
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Can I just clarify what we are saying about the solar panels?
Have a look and see if it can be done, and if it can, then
Sorry, Councillor Harwood, are you going to come back to me?
Yes, I think we delegate to officers that they discuss with the applicants and their agent the technical efficacy of some form of renewable energy within the day route, and I think that's as far as we can go in policy terms.
Exactly. Thank you for that clarification, Councillor. I was very grateful.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable compromise.
Yeah. Thank you. So, Councillor Sawinski.
Please, thanks. Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'd still come back to the breach of the DM15. There are no facilities in Headcorn, and I would say that regardless of whether it was a traveller application or any application at the moment. We cannot take any more people in the Headcorn ward. We are full. The doctor's surgeries everywhere is full. And it's about time some of the other areas, MBC, took their turn. Thank you.
I sympathise very much with what you say, Councillor Sawinski, but it is an allocated site. So all of those considerations would have been taken into account in making that allocation in the first place. But I fully understand where you're coming from. Right, we had a proposal to approve. It's been seconded, and with the additional informative or delegated power to the officers to investigate greater sustainability for the proposal. So votes in favour, please. Votes against? Abstentions? So that is carried. Thank you, members. Would you like a 10-minute break before we carry on? Yeah. Okay, can we come back by 8 o'clock? Is that okay? Yeah. Right, welcome back, members. Can we reconvene? I'm going to suggest we look at item 8 in the running order, which is 1 Sky Close Maidstone. Does anybody wish to speak against the officer's recommendation on this one? A resounding silence. In that case, can I propose from the chair that we grant as per the order papers? Seconded by Councillor Kimmins. Votes in favour. Thank you very much. I think that's unanimous. Thank you, members. Right, we now revert back to the running order. Item number 4, item 20 on the agenda, Springwood Road Nurses Accommodation, and I call upon Mr. Ryan to give us his report.
Thank you, Chair. This application is a deferred item. Members previously deferred it on 2 grounds. Firstly, requesting viability information on the solar panels and the installation of cavity wall. And secondly, the default position on electric vehicle charging points. The applicant has chosen not to provide the viability information, but has provided the statement at the top of page 131 of the papers. In terms of vehicle charging points, it's been confirmed that in terms of building regulations, the actual requirement only relates to where there is a material change of use, and that only applies to Rowan House, which is the use of Rowan House for 8 3-bed flats. Building regulations require occupants of these 8 flats to have access to a charging point, and that is provided. The 4 charging points will be shared between two of those flats. In that sense, the 4 charging points would actually comply with building regulations. The officer recommendation is to amend condition 4 with the removal of condition 9. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. We have 2 speakers on this application, Ms. Tilley for the applicant and Councillor Harper. So, Ms. Tilley, are you here? Right.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, as soon as you press the red button, your light will come on and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, members. Members will be aware that this application relates to the 2 planning conditions imposed on the original planning application for the material change of use. That was decided at September's planning committee, as Mr. Ryan has set out. The application was subsequently granted with 2 additional conditions requested by members. These conditions were not agreed during the determination process, and the applicant did not have an opportunity to comment on these conditions at the time. The applicant, as you're aware, is now seeking to remove/amend these conditions, and I set out now why they have chosen not to provide the information requested at last month's committee. They are not supported by policy in the local plan and therefore do not meet the planning condition tests as set out by the National Planning Policy Framework. While the applicant fully recognises the intent of these conditions to promote sustainability, it is considered that they are not proportionate to the application, which comprises a change of use from one form of accommodation to another. To date, the applicant has offered a suite of additional sustainability measures where practical and reasonable that exceed the requirements of Part L of building regulations to offer a more energy efficient building, including energy efficient lighting, loft insulation, thermostatic controls to the building's heating network, energy efficient appliances to each of the units, and additional water efficiency measures. In addition to this, it's also noted that the requirements for electric vehicle charging facilities, as Mr. Ryan has set out, now fall within the remit of building regulations and are therefore not a planning matter. Nevertheless, the applicant will be compliant with building regulations in this respect. As the papers before you demonstrate, and I would also note that has been reflected in earlier conversations at committee this evening in the item before this, the planning conditions do not meet the tests as set out in the MPPF and are therefore not consistent with policy. The applicant has sought to make the scheme as sustainable as possible in a way that is proportionate to this change of use. I therefore politely request that you follow the recommendation and grant approval for this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Harper.
Thank you, Chair. It just strikes me when you look at this plan that this project is on a large enough scale to generate substantial profits for the developer. And I really don't think you should agree with the officer's recommendations and that you should reject the proposed amendments. When you look at this at the site, it's an HMO on the scale of a small village. It's 300 bedrooms. That's bigger than some of the rural villages in the borough in terms of number of people potentially living there. So when you think of something on that scale, surely it should be possible to provide photovoltaic cells to generate a lot of the power the site needs itself. Also, only asking originally for 10 electric charging points to me seems inadequate anyway, given the size of it, let alone if you go down to 4. I think it's ridiculous, because in 7 years' time, unless national policy changes, you won't be able to buy brand new vehicles which aren't electric or, non-carbon. And also in the 21st century, not to have cavity wall insulation. I just think it just strikes me as something seems a bit funny here. I think the developers potentially have been slightly disingenuous to you in the committee, refusing to provide viability information. Why not? Because if the viability information could demonstrate this was such a marginal scheme with so little money being made out of it, they couldn't afford to do these things, then wouldn't they provide that to you? I'm sure most developers would do. So I just wonder, you don't have that information. So I just think rather than agreeing to substandard requests, you should refuse the change in these 2 items this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harwood. We have members, Councillor Holmes and Councillor Clements. Are they?
Yeah, go on. I'll take the floor. Keep looking at this, and I see that it's Jedi Developments. It's come back, so it must be Return of the Jedi, isn't it? I'm just flabbergasted. You asked for that information, and that they flatly refuse. And I must admit, I've got to agree with what Councillor Harper has just said. I mean, I look at them buildings, and I know them buildings are really getting old. There's some tiles missing and cracked on the roofs, and there's going to be a little bit of work to be done. But to actually put, like I said before, you put the loft insulation in, but what's the use when you're going to put no insulation in the walls? It's like I said before, putting a hat on and going out in the snow and saying, I won't get cold, I've got a hat on, I'm all right. About the charge points, I only found out this the other day, but when you charge your vehicle at home, you pay 5% VAT, because that's what the VAT is charged at home. Yet if you have to use a public charge point, it's charged at 20%. So if you've only got the 4 charge points, you're going to have to charge it somewhere else, because it, you know, by 2030 they're not going to manufacture any more petrol or diesel vehicles. It's all going to be electric. The one thing that has not been mentioned is of good design, and I know that it's just converting places that are already there, but they're not of good design now because they're falling apart. So I would say that perhaps we could refuse it on good design because it's not good design, but I'm going to listen to what everybody else has got to say and their opinions, and also to what Peter's got to say.
Thank you, Councillor Cummins. Councillor Holmes, then Councillor Swinsky, Councillor English. And Councillor Young. Okay.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm surprised that this has returned so quickly. I thought we had a healthy debate and conversation regarding this application last month. To be quite honest, I think, like it's been said, and I'm sure a few people will comment on, we were looking forward to a viability study and to take that forward. For no viability study to be undertaken, a flat refusal to do that by the applicant and to be back here so quickly, it's just strange, and I'll be honest, I find it, for want of better words, almost disrespectful to this planning committee in obviously what we're trying to do and work. I agree completely with Councillor Kimantz, to be fair. I was just double checking myself. Then I was going to say DM1, principles of good design, and particularly what we're talking about, DM2, sustainable design. I think this is all we're asking for in regards to what we want. Basically, you know, the bits we want is just to make it more practical as a HMO and cost-effective living. Councillor Harper, as a visiting member, raised obviously about EV charging, and obviously, you know, is it not 2030 the conventional combustion engine stop? You can't buy one. You know, we sit here and we say we want the best for Maidstone. Well, I think we're asking for the best, but yet the applicant is not wanting to give us the best, and there is plenty of reasons to do it. And bearing in mind, what we're actually saying is we're not refusing the application or the development, because that's come and gone, and I think we're all happy, and Councillor Kimantz hopefully would agree that this is, you know, a good change of use. You know, the building is a little bit dilapidated and does need improvements, and, you know, as much as there is, you know, more HMO sort of, well, in Councillor Harper's sort of area and whatever, it's also probably ticking a little box that we're spreading it, you know, as Councillor Chabinsky said, spreading the different sort of housing sort of densities and getting that good mix. So we're all wanting that, but it's just to not do the sustainability elements, to not make these, you know, good built HMO properties, and to want the best for our residents. I would argue that it's fair and reasonable what we're asking, and it's not fair and reasonable to not give it. But yeah, I'm not going to propose anything at this moment in time. I'll be interested to see what other members want, because it's fresh in our minds, obviously, the good conversation we had 4 weeks ago.
Thank you, Councillor Holmes. I think I need to just clarify that we have actually already granted permission for this change of use. All we're arguing about this evening, or discussing this evening, is whether to vary that condition, that they don't have to put in the PV panels and the cavity wall installation and the EV charging points. Right, so it's Councillor English, Sabinsky first, and then English, and then Mumford? Yeah? No? All right, sorry. All right. Oh, and, sorry. I've got you down as well. Yes, sorry.
First, I'd like to agree with everything that's been said so far, and I would remind everyone that full council has agreed that intrinsically environmental matters will be considered as part of every single decision we make, which is why we do not have a separate committee for the environment. The environment has to be intrinsically looked after in all of our decisions. The second point, on the EV, I think that people are being a bit optimistic maybe on the EV charging points. I mean, we saw a downturn in sales last year. Whether that will happen or not, so I would probably give in on the 4 points rather than the 10 points. But on the solar panels, I think that we should really stick to that. The building is big enough to generate lots of stuff, and if we don't do it now, If we don't do it now, when is it likely to happen? It's not. Let's face it. If we agree to it as it is, that building will not have solar panels on it for donkey's years. So I think, if ever, yeah. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor English, and then
I think it should be stressed that the conditions that were applied because in many ways this wasn't a very good application in terms of design, and the conditions that were proposed were considered to be suitable mitigation. Now what we have is the applicant coming back and saying, well, we want to go back to having a substandard design. I think it's fair to say that this is building without the relevant conditions, is building a slum of the future. It is not necessary to do that, or it might be necessary, but we don't know because they won't tell us. What I do know is the last time we had a discussion on viability in this location, it ended up before an arbitration panel, and the council was able to demonstrate that the viability figures that were put forward by the applicant were optimistic, shall we say, or pessimistic, looking at it. So you do have to wonder, but we will always be wondering because we will never have that information. So I would say that at the end of the day, we oppose these conditions for a reason. The reason those conditions were imposed has not gone away. Instead, we are seeing an attempt to retroactively remove the conditions that were imposed to make this an acceptable application. And if we had not added those conditions, we would probably not have granted it. Now, that is, academic in some ways, but it's nevertheless true. And we should not be rewriting history. The question is, a lot of play was made by the applicant about lack of viability, and therefore they couldn't do it. If that argument was introduced by the applicant, not by this committee, and I think it's only reasonable that we ask them to demonstrate that fact. The blatant refusal so to do leads me to suspect the worst. I can't prove it, but it is a natural assumption in those circumstances. So my immediate response to this is to say, well, it was a reasonable request, in my view, to ask to see that information. I was advised by officers at the time it was not an unreasonable request, and I stand by it. Without that information, I'm not prepared to grant this application. If they want to challenge that, then let them provide the information at the relevant time and place.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor English. We have already deferred once, haven't we, to ask?
I'm suggesting we refuse, simply because we made a legitimate request for information which the applicant had relied on themselves in their submission to overcome the application, such the original conditions. We did not introduce that argument into the debate, they did, and they should have the need to demonstrate that they were telling the truth.
Thank you, Councillor English. I think that was seconded by Councillor Holmes. Do you wish to go straight to vote, or does anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Perry, Young, and... Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I can see which way this is going. So I'll just say factually, what you will be... Yeah, I do take Councillor English's point that and I've just checked with Tony, that the agent has chosen to rely on a viability argument as opposed to these are unreasonable conditions because they changed the building regs type argument. All I would say, because it's my job to, your defence would be relying upon generalised policies. Obviously, general policies are in the sort of eye of the beholder. What some people think is good sustainable design. And that's why we have specific policies. And going back to Councillor Cox's point, it is a bit like Groundhog Day in that there are no specific policies.
On that point, although it is an emerging policy, the lead member for planning has authorised that the DPD on sustainable development, or whatever we're calling it, should be released for public consultation. And if I remember correctly, HMOs are referenced in that DPD. So there is emerging policy. And whilst this is not adopted policy, it could be considered a material consideration.
Thank you, Councillor English. Did Mr. Fitzpatrick want to come in? Or?
If I can just add, I think the DPD, which you're referring to, I think it's at a very, very, very early stage. I'm not... Yeah, I mean, look, you've got policy DM2, which has been put forward, which basically says all new homes will be expected to meet the strengthened on-site energy performance standards. Basically, it's saying DM2 says go to Part L, right? Part L basically says, for purposes of this development, there are 4 buildings. 3 of those don't fall within Part L, right? Because they talk about material change of use. Now we've got to understand that material change of use for the purpose of building regs is different to material change of use for the purposes of planning, right? So those first 3 buildings fall outside of that. Part L will apply to the one building where they're converting it to 8 3-beds. And within that, they've got to meet a certain trigger point. If they don't meet that trigger point, if they don't meet that trigger point, then you get bits that are added on, which includes cavity wall insulation, that sort of thing. There is no requirement in there to put in PV cells or anything like that. My concern is that there isn't really a policy here requiring PV cells. We don't have anything to hang that on.
I am aware of that, and we were aware of that at the time. The point I was trying to make is that the applicant themselves chose to rely on a particular line of argument. It is not unreasonable of this committee to then see the evidence of their own line of argument, which they have totally refused to do. Now, I don't want to prolong things by relying on a very emerging DPD. I just made the observation that though it doesn't carry very much weight, it does carry a little, because it has now been published for public consultation. Just an observation. I wasn't proposing that we would necessarily use it in this case. It might be more relevant to some applications later on the agenda.
Thank you, Councillor English. I'll ask Mr. Jarman to come in. He has got some information which is very relevant.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. And, you know, as I keep saying, I don't want to go against the tide, as it were, but I have to sort of advise you on giving yourselves the best chance. I've got and it does carry some weight, as Councillor English pointed out. There is a nascent policy in the design and sustainability, DPD, but I'll read it out. The conversion or subdivision of existing residential buildings into HMOs will be acceptable, provided that they would, A, provide adequate car parking space. There's no standard as to what adequate car parking space is. Not prejudice the amenity of neighbours. Thirdly, provide adequate amenity space. Fourthly, provide adequate refuse storage and servicing. And lastly, provide adequate cycle storage. So my obvious point is, it doesn't mention PV panels, it doesn't mention air source heat pumps, it doesn't mention anything that you've just mentioned.
That's why I've said it was more relevant to applications later on the agenda, but I just wanted to point out that the statement that we don't have any policy on HMOs
is changing.
I have 4 other councillors wish to speak. Councillor Young, Mumford, Perry, and then Harwood. Councillor Young?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I mean, what they're trying to do just flies against everything that this council and this stands for. We're trying to create a carbon-free borough, and this certainly isn't helping in that matter. I mean, to be perfectly honest, if I were offered to buy an apartment like this that had no insulation in the walls, had no PV panels, in the economic climate that we have at the moment, I mean, it's just a nonsense. I don't understand how this developer can possibly propose that they do not put in these measures to insulate the homes and to provide energy for the homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Mumford and then Councillor Perry.
I can understand where everyone's coming from, the officers as well, because we've got to, policy's my thing, and we have not got the policies to fall back on. However, to give the officers more of a chance, as Clive has already said, this was not the best application, and you can use conditions to make an unacceptable application more acceptable. And in this case, I believe we put these conditions in place as mitigation. And to give the officers a bit more chance, when we requested the EV charging points, that was before it went to Part L, and we considered it necessary to make an unacceptable application more acceptable in a planning balance. I think that's the only way we could put this forward, and we haven't got the policies.
Thank you, Councillor Mumford. Councillor Perry and then Councillor Harwood.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, it's pretty well all been said, but I think this whole thing is pretty disrespectful, actually. I was very unhappy when I read it. I think what we proposed originally was perfectly reasonable. Perfectly reasonable. Also, it's in line with our council decision. We've decided to be carbon neutral. We have a very elaborate plan, climate change plan, and biodiversity plan. All this feeds into that, and I think we need to be in line with that. So I'm really against this. We should keep our original conditions. I really do. And if they don't like it, well, as I think has already been said. But I think what they're trying to propose is a pretty low standard, and I would hope, to have no installation is really quite crazy, and particularly in where we're going at now. My own house has solar panels, so I'm very much in of solar panels, and I can't see why they couldn't be put on this properties. So please retain these conditions. They were put on for a reason, and they're very reasonable conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perry. Final word to Councillor Harwood.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll try and be brief, but I'll come back to the nub of this issue. I think this is a very large new residential development where it's lots of accommodation, and it's moved away from that institutional use that it was through the change of use route. So it doesn't give us a lot of tools from a planning perspective. However, right at the beginning of the NPPF, paragraph 134, it states that development that is not well designed should be refused. And then it kind of, when it's talking about mitigation, it talks in part B of paragraph 134, it says designs which promote high levels of sustainability will be supported. And I think what we've got here is essentially we've got really a short life kind of institutional accommodation that is now being made far more permanent and being made essentially private housing. And I think we're caught because it's not exactly housing policy and it's not exactly planning policy. But we are stuck with a big ugly building that's going to be there for a very long time and will be very energy efficient for the residents, the tenants, or owners, or whoever it turns out, and it will be bad for the planet. So what we need to try and do is overcome those issues. And frankly, the part of that building that you could put a few panels on is minuscule, and the cost is minuscule, and just not compare. And that's why the applicant didn't want the viability up, because clearly this is a very, very financially lucrative scheme. They just don't want to pay a few £1,000 for a few panels. And it's nothing to do with technical, because you can put them on anything. We wanted to put them on a day room a couple of applications ago, and that was deemed that reasonable. Whereas, a development of this size, which you could be here, frankly, and forever until it falls down, we're stuck with. I do think on the charging points, because that is so rigidly tied to Part L of building regs, I think we're on a hiding to nothing to that one. But I think on the design and on paragraph 134, I'd like to see this in an inquiry, because I think there's a reasonableness upon the applicant as well in terms of what they're proposing. It works both ways. So I think something's been moved, but if I would suggest tweaking it a little bit and calling it a day on the charging points, because I think policy is clear. But on the other point, I think that we at least need to make a moral stand where the guidance is a little bit nebulous.
Thank you.
I would quite happy to take that point. I think that was in line with what I wanted to do.
Thank you. We're obviously moving towards a refusal of this. Mr. Ryan has been rapidly scribbling out some reasons for refusal. Councillor Kimmons and Councillor Holmes, you wanted to have the final word, either of you?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, actually, thinking about it, what Councillor Harwood said, it's correct, because the buildings are in different positions. So it has to face a certain way for you to put them panels on, and counting the amount of roofs, it's less than half of the amount of roofs that will actually take the PV panels. But it would affect the street scene as well, thinking about it, because right next to it you've got the brand new building and you can't see the roof because it's all full of panels. And then you look at that and there's no panels. So surely that would affect the street scene as well.
Thank you, Councillor.
But hang on, I haven't finished. I was taking breath. You just don't like my voice tonight.
Or the local member.
And I know that it's not part of our decision, but you would have thought that the developer would have had a moral duty to actually make them properties habitable to a high standard. Not because at the moment we're seeing it in the media about homes with black mould that are cold, that not fit for purpose, and if not enough is done to these buildings, that's what's going to end up to these buildings in the very near future. So thank you for letting me have a last word.
It's only because you arrived late and and you are the local ward member. Councillor Holmes, is there anything further you want to add?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say thank you to the officers for the comments and obviously what you're saying. But really, to be fair, it was Councillor Mumford that really drew me to what he summed it up. And I think we may have been sidetracked from originally when this came to planning. And Councillor Mumford was right. The conditions were imposed to enhance a development that came to us, which otherwise would have probably been rejected. So to then remove them fully is just strange, and we're stuck because we've already granted that planning. So I think it's been another good debate on this, and I think it'd be interesting to go to the vote. And thank you to Councillor English and Councillor Harwood. I think Councillor Harwood's probably right. The EV charging is obviously stretching it too far, but overall, I'll go back to those words. We want the best out of everything we do in this borough.
Thank you. Right, I'll ask Mr. Ryan to read out the reasons for refusal. If you can all listen very carefully, and we're going straight to the vote.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think in terms of what Councillor Harwood said, I think that is, in terms of if we're going towards refusal, I think that is the right approach to, and we are able to issue a split decision in terms of amending, refusing the amendment and keeping the condition on the charging points, because I think the policy background in terms of charging points is set out, and with the solar panels, there are general principles which actually support sustainability, and you can use those principles in terms of refusal. What I have looked at is DM 1.7, which says orientate buildings where possible in such a way to maximise the opportunity for sustainable elements to be incorporated and to reduce the reliance upon less sustainable energy sources. And also NPPF paragraph 152, which talks about the planning system using ways to contribute to radical reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, improve resilience, encourage reuse of existing resources. Paragraph 157, which talks about decentralised energy supply. So I think those are the general themes. So in response to that, it would be the reasons for refusal would be in the absence of planning condition 4. The proposal would fail to reduce reliance on unsustainable energy sources, and the applicant has failed to demonstrate that the solar panels and cavity wall insulation are not feasible or viable, and that would be contrary to policy DM 1.7 and paragraphs 134, as Councillor Harwood said, 152 and 157 of the NPPF.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan.
I'll just make it clear, as I had to leave briefly, I won't be voting.
Didn't quite hear what you said, Councillor. Sorry.
I had to leave briefly to turn off my phone, which was about to ring. I won't be voting.
It had been noticed. Right, so can I have votes in favour of going with the recommendation to refuse, as per the reasons for refusal explained by Mr. Ryan? Votes against? Don't think you can even abstain, can you? You can't even do that. No. Thank you, members.
Oh. Right. Sorry, can I just clarify it? So on the split decision, that the EV point is going, or that condition is staying, or is it going? Sorry,
EV condition would actually be deleted, yes, because that's kind of covered in the building regs. Yeah.
Is that Mr. Fitzpatrick? Yeah. Right, members, we now come on to 3 applications in Fant Ward. First one, item 5 on the running order, item 17 on the agenda, 14 Charles Street, Maidstone, and I call upon Mr. Fletcher to provide his report. Thank you.
Thank you. So tonight we have 3 applications in Fant Ward, all for new residential development that were deferred at our previous committee whilst officers researched the different highways impacts of the developments. So following additional discussions with highways consultees and research, the officer advice is that these applications should be approved as per the reports. Broadly speaking, consultee advice is that all the applications under consideration are extremely modest in scale, 10 residential units across 3 different streets, and consequently any additional on-street demand generated by the developments is likely to be minor, and an objection based upon the severity of impact, in their opinion, would be very difficult to sustain in an appeal situation, even when considered cumulatively. Keep in mind that there is a distance between each application site, with streets in between each site, and where, accepting that there are issues, on-street parking is available. In terms of when the severe test is met and an objection triggered, each case is assessed on its own merits, and as a result, there is not a prescribed threshold for when a level of additional on-street demand would meet the required test. And whilst that is not to say that development intensity can continue to grow unchecked, when making a planning decision, it has to be made on the basis of the information and policies available at the time. And in this instance, we have 3 applications that, whilst acknowledging the issues in the area, are in accordance with the policies and standards that are available to us. Refusing these applications would not solve the issues in the area, and highways consultees would not be supportive of a highway objection on parking grounds, and would therefore not be involved in any subsequent appeal that may rise. So the application at 14 Charles Street proposes a change of use from a 6-bedroom HMO to a 8-bedroom HMO. The proposal includes a single-storey rear extension and loft conversion and extensions to the rear and side roof slopes and a front roof light. Just the floor plan changes. So as detailed within the full officer report, it is not assessed that the external works to the building cause harm visually, nor is it assessed that the development causes any harm to neighbouring or future occupants. The applications tonight, including this one, are all in Edgware Centre locations where the adopted local plan maximum parking standards are in effect. So the reason for maximum standards is in order to optimise the density of development in existing sustainable locations and to reduce the negative impact of off-street parking, which is to say large areas of hard standing, and to retain front gardens separating dwellings from parking. So the supporting text to the car parking standards also encourages flexibility in Edgware Centre locations, advising reduced or even nil provision is acceptable for rented properties. The proposal is for 2 additional rooms in an existing HMO. There are no parking standards for HMO uses in the local plan, but where permission is required, the standard is 1 off-street space for each HMO room and 0.2 visitor spaces per room. The current application, which provides no off-street parking, complies with these maximum standards. Remember, the supporting text to the parking standards does find nil provision acceptable in this location. So accepting that in policy terms the proposals comply with off-street parking standards, the impact of additional on-street parking on the highway network and on local amenity, character and appearance needs to be assessed, and this is available within the officer report. But to summarise, whilst there will be a slight increase in this on-street parking demand from the current application, this additional impact will not be so significant when compared to the issues in the wider area. Details of refuse and recycle storage are available within the officer report, and these are found to be acceptable. So in the planning balance, the cost of the additional on-street parking demand is substantially less than the benefit of the proposal, which provides additional dwellings in a sustainable location, providing a good standard of accommodation with a design and scale that is in keeping with the surroundings. Existing local on-street parking demand is acknowledged. The proposal will generate a relatively low need for 3 additional on-street car parking spaces, so that's 1 for each HMO unit, and then rounding up the visitor space. These parking spaces are within walking distance of 14 Charles Street. This additional on-street demand will not meet the MPPF threshold of causing a severe harm that is required to refuse the planning permission. The officer advice is that the application is in accordance with national and local planning policies and should be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. We have three speakers. Mr. Masindo, an objector, has submitted a statement which will be read by Ms. Snooks.
Thank you, Chairman. I am against the development of the HMO because it seems there is no proper planning to the development. The problems with the HMO is that it will start as one person with one car, and the next time the person brings in a partner who will also have a car. If there are 8 single occupancy, it means there will be 8 cars, and this will eventually multiply to 16 cars. I think there shouldn't be provision for an HMO in Charles Street. It is not a suitable place for such type of accommodation. I think before any HMO is granted, proper practical planning is required, which will clearly identify parking spaces for the HMO occupancy. It's not that I'm against people living in HMOs, but history shows that they are occupied by more people than a single family home. Also, these HMOs are poorly managed and badly maintained and can put an extra burden on local services such as refuse and security, having too many people in one area and have a negative impact on the area. The number of wheelie bins outside some properties that are at times blocking the pavement is serious cause for concern, as well as the lack of car parking. It is very difficult, for example, mid-morning, say around 11 o'clock, when one would expect all people to be working, you still cannot find any parking. This has led elderly residents not able to go out in the evening, fearing that they will come back to no place to park the car, and if they find the parking, it could be many metres away or in another street, which is very frustrating and raises issues of resident safety too. Instead of HMOs, can these properties be given to working families who are looking for suitable accommodation, some on the housing list, etc.? And that's from Jason Masindo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Harper, and then Councillor Coates.
Following that, what you just heard, over the last few years, families have been moving out of this area due to the proliferation of HMOs, the inability to park their cars, problems of bin storage and the general environmental degradation which is going on. On parking, the KCC position is ridiculous. This is a built-up area. Applications are inevitably going to be to convert property or to build on gardens, so there will hardly ever be an application for 5 units in a single application, which is their criteria. The report still does not reflect the number of HMOs in the immediate neighbourhood. Last year in Charles Street there were 6 HMOs, which is over 15% of the properties in the street, and there's a further 60 HMOs in the 3 adjacent streets. The numbers have increased over the last year, so those numbers are now out of date. The numbers of HMOs in this area is already unsustainable in planning terms regarding the impacts they are having. Parking in this area, as you have heard, is impossible, and residents know that if they're not home by 5 o'clock in the evening, they may have to park at anything up to half a mile or more away from their house. Fancy doing that if you've done your weekly shop. Unlike the photograph at paragraph 3.14, it is normally impossible to park in this area. Paragraph 311 says you need 1 off-street parking space per HMO room plus 0.2 visitor spaces. So for an 8-bedroom HMO, that is 10 parking spaces. That is not possible in the small controlled parking zone to physically find road space. I suggest that in this area, this proposal will meet the harm described in paragraph 319 of the NPPF, paragraph 111. Moving on to storage bins, the standards for an 8-bedroom HMO are to have 4 refuse bins, 4 recycling bins and 4 food bins. The storage area shown on the plan is clearly inadequate. The site is too narrow, as you saw on the very first photograph, to position 4 bins in a row and potentially 4 food bins also, and actually anyone being able to use the pavement outside that house. So I think, and I would hope that you would reject this proposal on the following grounds of sustainability. The level of extensions proposed to the building are out of character. It represents gross overdevelopment in an already high density neighbourhood suffering overdevelopment. The area has a large number of HMOs, and the family nature of this neighbourhood is in danger of being irreparably damaged. There's a lack of car parking provision proposed, and the proposals for waste collection or disposal are unrealistic. This is still a bad proposal and should be thrown out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harper. Nicely timed for your 3 minutes. Well done. Councillor Coates, your turn.
I concur with everything that Councillor Harper has said.
Thank you, Councillor Coates. Short, succinct, to the point. Right. I'm Councillor English wanting, and Councillor Clements. Councillor English first.
Would that all presentations to this committee were succinct and to the point, like Councillor Coates. Thank you for that, Councillor. I do appreciate it. Now, as I observed earlier, where it wasn't particularly relevant to the application, I did want people to be aware of this fact that there is emerging policy which could be given some weight, although, as the legal officer said, it is early. But it is a material consideration. And as Mr. Jarman helpfully read out, 1 or 2 of the points in that emerging DPD do directly relate to this particular application. As I said, it's early, it has not that much weight, but it is nevertheless a material consideration that we are moving away, or potentially moving away, I should say, from the policy position that was outlined by the officer at the start. So I think it is relevant to the debate. I would also observe that contrary to the assertion that KCC seem to be making, you don't put residence parking zones in roads that do not have pressure on them from parking, because that is essentially why they're put in the first place. I know Charles Street quite well. I have to say I'm not sure when this photograph was taken. I would suggest it might be over a holiday period or when people were more absent than usual. But it is not a usual occurrence to have that amount of free space. Having leafleted and delivered as a postman back in the days, this was a road that was crowded with cars 30 years ago. It hasn't got any better or less crowded in that time. And we've just heard about the cramped issue with amenity space, which in my view is clearly contrary to current amenity standards, let alone the ones that are outlined in the DPD. Now, one can argue about what adequate car parking means, but it's quite clear it's not zero. Adequate is not zero. Rather different situation. So I would say that events are moving on. Councillors on all sides, including myself and my colleagues like Richard Conyard, have been striving for these sorts of improvements for years. They're finally beginning to happen. And I have to say that even if they hadn't, this application is right on the border of what's unacceptable in terms of residential amenity. I accept there isn't a safety issue necessarily, although there have been the occasions when people have almost been killed walking out from behind parked cars, but generally speaking there is not a concern from moving vehicles, generally, because they're going so slowly in this neighbourhood. But generally, I cannot see that this is an application that I would want to support unless it was absolutely necessary. And I do believe it's like just over that cusp of unacceptable in terms of existing amenity. And once the DPD is hopefully adopted, it'll be clearly contrary to policy. But it isn't at an early stage, admittedly.
Thank you, Councillor English. Does any other member wish to speak on this item? Councillor Kimmins?
Thank you, Chair. Draw your attention to 3.16, Douglas Street. It's Douglas Road, yeah. Just a reminder. One thing I would like to see, it's a request, is when we get pictures of streets like this, can we have a timestamp on the photo? And I'll tell you for why, because if you look at the screen, you've obviously got Charles Street, and then you turn into Douglas Road, and you go all the way along Douglas Road, and there's on-street parking all the way along there to the end, and then you get to Bower Lane, and there's on-street parking there, and then you double back as if you're going to come back to Charles Street, and you go all the way along Florence Road, and there's parking on both sides of the road all the way down there. And then if you wish to come back up and come past that property and carry on, then you've got Reginald Road up at the top, and that is exactly the same, parking on both sides of the road. Now, my ex-wife lives in Florence Road, which is just down from there, and quite often on a Sunday, she cooks me a Sunday dinner for me and my son and my granddaughter. And a record goes through my head, and I think it's the average white band. Let's go round again, because the amount of times I have to keep going round and round, and I've got a disabled badge, so I can literally park anywhere. But I can't even find a parking space on a double yellow line, because there is too many cars there. And so another 3 spaces, no chance. I mean, the last time I went was last week. It was not last week, the week before. So it was not last Sunday, the Sunday before. I went and had Sunday dinner, and I think I went round the block 5 times before I actually found somewhere to park, and even then it was on a double yellow line. There is no parking spaces there. So, you know, I would really love to know when this photo was taken, because it's obviously not taken when everybody's at home, you know, because most people are at home in the evening time, and there's no way that photo was taken in the evening time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kimmins. You and Councillor English are seeming to suggest that saturation point has already been reached, but let's see what other members might say. Councillor Holmes?
Thank you, Chairman. I concur with, obviously, Councillor English and Councillor Commance for enough, and Councillor Harper. You know, we touched on this at the last sort of meeting this came to. I was interested to see what sort of was coming back and whether there's any different views, but I'd like to go back to my point I raised previously. If we can go to the photo of the front of the property. Just simply the bins, the amenity aspect. I do disagree with, I think there was a comment, it's not a hazard or a danger. We're going to obviously need more bins, as we touched on previously, to make sure that this complies to the amount of people living here. And I just don't think there's enough storage. And I do think if you go round Fant Ward, you know, there is an issue with not just the parking, but that sums up. Now, I'm certain Councillor Harper, Councillor Coates are trying their best in their ward to sort this problem out, and so we're all here as members, and I appreciate we have to do the tests and we have to look at the planning reasons. I go back to those words I used previously. We want the best for the borough. If we're suggesting that's the best, then, well, I think we need to look at ourselves. So, going back to real planning reasons, I do think we need to look at the saturation point, as you said, Chairman, the amenities, the overdevelopment, possibly, and I always try with these things, I've had a look through, DM6 with additional cars in the area if they can find somewhere to park, which is air quality. And is it DM7, the intensity, expansion and volume of traffic that the extra properties would bring to it. Just throwing them into the mix.
Thank you, Councillor Holmes. Councillor McKenna and then Councillor Mumford. Oh, sorry, Cox was first. Sorry. Yeah.
I think we all know where we want to take this. We're scrabbling around for a reason. And I think additional HMOs harm the amenity and character of the area. You've now got people walking 2 miles. You'll be pleased to know I haven't got an ex-wife. Don't go sunbathing, don't eat Sunday dinner. The harm to the amenity and generally the character of the area. I think that's, yeah. So I'd like to propose that after the officers have given me some advice.
Mr. Jarman.
Yeah, it's a challenging one. I'm sorry to keep saying this, but it does not help at all not having specific policies. Really got to refine our policies. Have to. Well, as I said, the first criterion states provide adequate car parking space. Clearly, the applicant will say, I am providing sufficient parking space because your standards allow me to get away with nothing. Fact. So that is not helping at all. Sorry to be, blunt about it, but however, I'm not going to bore you with my own personal background, but I do know this area pretty well, and I can understand what I know. Councillor Command sort of joked about it, but the result is that you might be put off going to your wife's Sunday dinner. And I did the objector whose letter was read out. In my own personal experience, people are put off actually jumping in their car because they're worried they won't get a space when they return. I do think, I've experienced it myself from, if you're a certain age or you've got, a young child, having to walk half a kilometre just to get to your front door isn't great. So I'm a bit too passionate about this. I'd recommend but what we can't do is we will never win an appeal on highway safety. It's just too binary. I'm not knocking highway safety. I think, the visibility displays are non-existent because you've got cars parked on the corners. But so what I'd recommend is something like the increase in bedrooms would result in a significant exacerbation of inadequate parking and environmental deterioration, picking up on Councillor Harper's point about a row of bins, that type of thing, creating cumulative harm to general amenity or neighbourhood amenity.
One thing in terms of amenity, whilst we can argue about parking standards for residents, to have properties in this day and age where it is impossible to deliver or to pick up a disabled resident or anything like that because you simply can't park is an issue, and which we've sometimes been able to raise the issue of being unable for delivery vehicles to access a property when we haven't been able to raise the issue of residential parking. It's just not whether it's relevant.
Thank you, Councillor English. I think I've got you in the right orders. It's Mumford, Young and Cox. Yep, roundabout.
Mr. Chairman, I proposed something and I asked for it. Mr. Chairman, I proposed something. I asked for advice from the officers. So could you come back to me? Right, because you've come back to me, and I said that harm to the amenity and the character of the area. What I would like to change that slightly to is the exact words that Rob said. It was my meaning.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that clarification. Seconded one. Thank you for that clarification.
Sorry, Chairman.
So yeah, policy DM1 does have, development must safely accommodate the movement of vehicles and pedestrians. And as to, just bear with me a second. New development should integrate well into the built, natural and historic environment and should address the connections between people and places, including vehicle and pedestrian movement. So that's sort of the supporting text. Then in the policy itself, create designs and layouts that are accessible to all. So, perhaps if you're concerned with how the area is functioning in general with all parked cars everywhere and how that's perhaps disrupting, it's particularly bad for, say, people with young children and prams.
And I think, just as William's saying, just in general, a reference to NPPF, because to me, this isn't good placemaking. It's the opposite, in my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Jarman. Right, so I still have Councillor, I think I've got it in the right, McKenna, then Young, and then Cox. Right.
Thank you, Chairman. I think most of the points have been raised, but if we look at the front elevation picture there, and obviously we're assuming that that's without enough bins, I don't see how you'd ever get past there with a double buggy, and then you've got to get on a road, which you can't get on the road because there's cars parked bumper to bumper. So therefore you just can't move down that road safely. I just don't think it's safe, which I think obviously you sort of just alluded to, but I just wanted to make my comments made.
Thank you, Councillor McKenna. Right, Councillor Young and then Councillor Cox.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Can I just ask, policy DM 9.21, would this not be extremely relevant to this application? Do you want me to read it out? The intensified use of the building and its curtilage would not significantly harm the appearance of the building or the character and amenity of the surrounding area. But it certainly does. Yep, thank you.
Right, okay. I've been reading on page 82, 3.23, where we did ask NBC Waste Services to have a look at this. They've said 120 litres, which is the smaller bin that properties have, and then the 240 is the double one. In the picture we're looking at there, 140 is black, 240 I believe is a green one there. Now, so that is 8 240 litre bins, and I think they will go for another 102, 120 ones for the food ones, which the waste service have to have a key to empty them. They don't always have that on board. But anyway, I don't think there is enough room on there, because if you look just to the right of the black bin, that is the entrance where they're going to be bringing their 8 bicycles through, because that goes under the house, back up the other side, so 2 sets of stairs, they've got to go down and then up to go and park all their bikes at the back of the house. They are scraping the barrel here. This is wrong. It's over-intensification, is what we've said. We need to make this work and stick. If not, we need to make sure we run this through the prep process and see what comes out of this, because they're trying every trick in the book here, and I think they're right on the edge, as Councillor English has said. Please, let's try this. Exactly. They won't. I've got one next door. They've got 1 bike in 8 racks.
Councillor Cox now. Councillor Zawinski, the last word, please, then we'll go to the vote.
Sorry, it just occurred to me, if you've got bumper-to-bumper parking all down these roads, how do they empty the bins anyway? They block the road. Yeah, but how do they get the bins through between the cars?
There's actually a disabled space to the left of this property.
Yeah. Just a thought.
Has your question been answered, Councillor Zawinski? Yeah, well, in a manner. Okay, Okay, members, you've heard the reasons for refusal, you've heard the reasons for refusal that Mr. Jarman has spelt out. It's been proposed and seconded. Can I have votes in favour, please? Thank you. Unanimous, no need to ask for anything else. Thank you very much. Interesting debate. Thank you. You were going on it. Item number 6 on the running order. Item 18 on the agenda, 2 Charlton Street, Maidstone. And it's Mr. Fletcher once again.
Thank you. So, again, this is in Fant Ward, but it is a different proposal. So, each application has been determined on its own individual merits. So, in this case, this application proposes a semi-detached 2-bedroom dwelling that will form an end-of-terrace property. The application proposes the removal of an existing shed and a single tree on the premises. So, the proposed new dwelling will be 2 stories in height, with the roof ridge and eaves lines stepped down from the existing dwelling at number 2 Charlton Street. The proposed dwelling will be constructed using traditional brickwork and feature a ground floor bay window. The proposal includes a subdivision of the existing garden land at number 2 Charlton Street to provide private amenity space for occupants of the proposed house and the retained house. And as detailed within the full officer report, it is not assessed that the external works to the building cause harm visually, and nor is it assessed that the development causes any harm to neighbouring or future occupants. So let's just move on to the highways harm, which is sort of the concern for tonight. So again, maximum standards, and the proposal would result in the loss of the parking space to the side, but does result in the gain of one on-street parking space. So the increase of demand is 1 additional parked vehicle on street. So this is quite different to the previous development. So in this case, this development does comply with the adopted standards. So accepting that in policy terms the proposal complies with off-street parking standards, the impacts of additional on-street parking has to be assessed in terms of its character and appearance. And to summarise, Charlton Street has pavement parking on both sides of the road due to the narrow width of the existing carriageway. Now, whilst this does provide perhaps a poor environment for pedestrian access, the additional impact from this is not so significant when compared to the scale of the wider issues in the area, so refusing the application would not redress the existing issues. Details of refuse and cycle storage are available within the officer report, and these are acceptable. So in the planning balance, the cost of the additional on-street parking demand is substantially less than the benefit of the proposal, providing an additional dwelling in a sustainable location. And whilst the existing local street parking is acknowledged, the proposal will generate a relatively low need for 1 additional on-street car parking space, which is within walking distance of 2 Charlton Street. So the additional on-street demand of 1 vehicle will not meet the NPPF threshold of causing a severe harm, and this level of severe harm is required to refuse planning permission. And as such, the application is in accordance with local and national planning policies and recommended for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. We have four 4 speakers, first one of whom is Mr. Garrett, an objector. Oh, a statement, sorry, you're going to be read by Ms. Snook.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a statement on behalf of Mr. Garrett and Mr. Adams at 4 Charlton Street, who apologise for not being able to attend the meeting. Without wishing to repeat what was raised in the last meeting, the following points have also come to light from the Planning Officer's report, etc. The Planning Committee report, section 3.13, states that because the drop curb will be replaced with a normal curb, then there is a nil change in parking spaces. However, this does not take into account that the empty space that currently exists can easily occupy 2 vehicles that 2 Charlton Street could use. Therefore, with the addition of the house, it is not a nil change, but a +2 potential increase in vehicles looking for parking. Further, there is every possibility that this new property is being built as an HMO, so could lead to more than the one off-street space required if it becomes a 3 or 4 bedroom house. Without further vehicles looking for parking, this will increase those drivers submitting defeat and parking on the double yellow lines at the bottom of the road, meaning reduced visibility for those exiting Charlton Street onto Upper Fant Road. Finally, there was a previous application made under MA 021519 for the development of this land, and this was rejected exactly because it would remove any opportunity for the provision of off-street parking for the occupiers of 2 Charlton Street, as well as not providing parking provision for the new property. A precedent was set over 20 years ago that it would not be appropriate for this land to be used as a new property, and nothing has evidently changed in this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stokes. I now call upon Mr. Court for the applicant. If you'd like to come forward, I know you've been here before, so you know the drill.
Indeed, Chairman, thank you. As you've heard, this proposal is substantially different from the previous one that you've just been discussing regarding an HMO. This application is for a single dwelling that was presented to this committee 2 months ago with a recommendation by your officers that permission be granted. Now, on that occasion, Chairman, your committee had concerns about parking and refuse storage, and they therefore sought further information from the relevant parties on those factors. That information has now been provided by you, and your officers have again recommended that approval be granted as the proposal fully accords with national and local planning policies. As I've said, this is a single dwelling, not an HMO, in a sustainable location. And in these circumstances, Chairman, I hope that on this occasion you and your committee will be able to grant approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Court. Short, sharp, to the point. Thank you. And we call upon Councillor Harper again. It's a wonderful effort you're making this evening, Councillor Harper.
Thank you, Chair. This seems a rather strange proposal. To quote Mr. Jarman earlier, it's not good placemaking. This site's currently an off-street parking space, and actually it's the only off-street parking in the whole of Charlton Street. Regarding off-street parking, a new development will need 1.2 car parking spaces, or effectively 2, one for the people there and one for their visitors, plus presumably the same for the house existing, which loses its parking space. So we should be looking at the need for, in the region of 3 parking spaces, 3 or 4 parking spaces. Now, whilst we may generate one and cross the frontage of it, where are these other cars going to go? The issue around Charlton Street is identical to what Ashley described around Florence Road and Charles Street. People drive around for half an hour or more to park their car. It is impossible if you live in Charlton Street and its neighbouring streets to park. Whilst they're not in a controlled parking zone, parking is an incredible difficulty there. This application, together with the one at 101 Milton Street, which is only one road away, will exacerbate an impossible situation. And we do need to look at this in a holistic impact issue, as you did in the last report. Cycle parking. Well, the new property is going to have side access, but the existing property will have no access for cycle parking. So, you have robbing Peter to pay Paul in that term. So how can we expect to meet those conditions? And then on the bins, the proposed location of the bin storage will actually in practice block access to the rear of the new property. When you look on the plans, it's so tight that you won't actually be able to get a bike up and down the side alleyway because the storage bins are going to be in the way. Let alone the point which was raised earlier. This road, often, the bins are not emptied. People wait up to a month for the bins to be emptied because of the congestion in the road, and cars and the refuse fleet can't get down there. We get lots of complaints from this road and neighbouring streets over missed bin collection, and the reason is that the vans cannot get down there. This space is out of a single car parking space. It's seriously not a plot to put a house in. Have any of you been to Charlton Street? I'm sure you have. You will know that this proposal remains completely unsustainable on the grounds of overdevelopment, loss of off-street parking, lack of off-street parking, failure to provide parking in accordance with the parking standards, the impact on the environment and the concerns of residents. Please reject this application and bear in mind the reasons you rejected the increase in the size of the HMO. Whilst this might not be an HMO, those reasons are precisely relevant to this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harper. Councillor Coates?
Same thing I said earlier.
Thank you. Wait for them to get back. Mr. Jarman, you want to?
Yes. Factually, this is a very different proposal to the one we just refused. And I know I keep saying this, the policies are the policies, so we can't sort of just turn it into a no-go zone in terms of development, because at appeal, I'm sure Mr. Court is very experienced, will say, well, it is meeting your parking standards, because the parking standards say zero provision is acceptable. But I think William summed it up in that this, to me, is very different to the previous one, in that there's a net adverse impact of one parking space. And I really don't think that's significant enough to refuse this.
Right, Councillor Harwood, and then Councillor Young.
Thank you, Chairman. No, I concur. I was going to say exactly the same thing, that I think we were talking about reasonableness. I mean, to find either a negative impact on the streetscape or a material worsening of already grim situation in terms of finding anywhere to park, I don't think it will fly at any appeal. However, there are some matters of detail which have puzzled me a little bit in looking at the plans for this. We don't have some of the conditions that we usually have around things like renewables and features for biodiversity. We have reference to drawings, but when you look on the assembled plans, you can't find the drawings, or there are access statements that says they will consider looking at the solar panels, and they will consider. There's no clarity, and I just wanted to be reassured that the usual policy provisos will apply, and to do that we might need to tweak the the conditions to ensure that they are more straightforward, because the drawings are not publicly available that are being quoted.
Thank you, Councillor Harwood. I'll ask Mr. Fletcher to come back to you on that.
Yeah, the conditions can be amended to clarify that.
Sorry, can we just have clarification as to the conditions, please, so they can be added, as opposed to... We'll just add conditions.
Right, Councillor Young?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'm a little confused about the this building. Is there side access that you can actually move bins, because their proposed bin storage is at the end of their garden? And secondly, it leaves absolutely no access to the existing property from the rear. So presumably their bins are going to be in front of their house. And will the people who live in the new property, if it's built, where will their bins actually be in the front, or will they move them down the side? Is there sufficient space? It's unclear on that drawing. I did look at the drawings online, but I couldn't see anything that was particularly specific.
So I think the proposal actually fills in the terrace, completes the terrace, but I'm
Is
sure
it filled in completely?
I'm sure Mr. Fletcher can explain that better than me.
Well, I mean, in a terrace dwelling, you do you store the bins or rubbish at the rear and then bring it to the front on bin day. I mean,
right, and now have Councillor Zminski and then Councillor Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to say that I feel that the benefit of another two-bedroom family house far outweighs any kind of downside for the one extra parking space, and at the end of the day we don't know whether they'll have a car or not. So I would support this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zminski. Councillor Holmes and Councillor Harwood, is your hand raised again, or after Councillor Holmes? And
Thank you.
Sorry, and Mumford.
Thank you, Chairman. I was going to ask you, just on Councillor Young's point, what would answer a lot of these, because they were exactly the same questions I was asking myself. Could the officer just bring up the floor plan drawing that's included in the application? It will answer, I think, a lot of concerns that a lot of people have got round this. Yes, that's the one. So obviously there is side access, isn't there, if I'm reading that right? And there is another drawing I was looking at as well, which shows the bins are at the front. So obviously it's a two bedroom property, it's 2 bins per property, so there's adequate space. Obviously, just to clarify, it's disappointing that obviously a 2-bedroom property doesn't have parking spaces under our planning requirements. So obviously we've gone through the numbers, but it is a loss of 2 off-street parking, which kind of works with the policies. So yeah, as much as it is what it is really, it's a 2-bedroom property built on a space. So I think I agree with Councillor Czerwinski's comments and Councillor Harwood's and everyone's that this is probably a fair and reasonable development, this one, and because it's not actually currently a HMO.
Right, Councillor Mumford, at last. Sorry if I kept you waiting.
Hopefully I'll be the last one to speak. Can I propose this application as per the papers, as long as Councillor Harwood is happy with the answer he got for conditions?
Councillor Cox, do you wish to speak?
Seconded, don't wish to speak.
Okay, right. We've had a proposal to... Oh, sorry, Councillor.
Sorry, I was just seeking clarity, though, of which I think we do require, that in terms of the policies, we're going to put in the policy about integral niches for biodiversity units with brick type 1, and we're going to put a policy in there for a 10% renewable, the standard one we usually put for renewables. So just for clarity on that. And then the final piece of clarity I wanted was in relation to the landscaping scheme, because the landscaping scheme, again, within the statement, it talks about having a traditional boundary curtilage on the front and so on. But then the landscaping scheme doesn't actually show anything, and the condition doesn't say where the landscaping goes. So do we need to put a line in there stating that we want, say, a boundary, a privet hedge or something along the front wall so that we maintain a domestic curtilage? Otherwise, as has been pointed out, it'll be full of gravel and bins. And if they've got a bin, we want it hid behind the hedge, you know.
That could either be by way of an informative or by condition, but I'd ask Mr. Fletcher to come back to you.
Yeah, so in the soft landscaping condition, I could put specifically we require X, Y, and Z.
That would be good, because still in Charles Street and in Charlton Street and all this area, you've still got, because the gardens aren't long enough to park a car on, you've still got some nice boundary curtilages, so it would be good to continue that rather than have it completely hard standing.
Yeah, I think we can put on a specific condition, like William just said, but like you just said, Councillor Harwood, we could have a very specific informative, like terraced houses tended to have privet hedges, didn't they? Because very compact form.
Right. Anybody else wish to speak on this, or should we now go to the vote, please? Has been proposed and seconded to be permitted as per the papers. Votes in favour. Unanimous. Yeah. Unanimous, members. Thank you very much. Oh, he didn't hear that.
Milton Street.
Hmm?
Paradise. Milton Street.
Oh, right.
Paradise we get.
Right, Milton Street. Oh. Yeah, dear. Right, item number 7 in the running order, 19 on the agenda, 101 Milton Street, Maidstone, and once again it's Mr. Fletcher doing a grand job this evening.
Thank you. So again, different application to the previous two. This application seeks the conversion of the existing 4-storey, 4-bedroom dwelling into 3 self-contained flats. The proposal includes a single-storey ground floor pitched roof side extension and a single-storey lower ground floor flat roof rear extension. A new pedestrian access is proposed within the boundary wall. So the accommodation includes a 2-bedroom flat on the lower ground floor, a 1-bedroom flat on the ground floor, and a 2-bedroom flat spread over the remaining 2 floors. So as detailed within the officer report, it is not assessed that the external works cause any visual harm, and an urgent update has been issued responding to the additional representations around neighbouring amenity. It is not assessed that the development is so significantly harmful to the amenity of neighbouring occupants that a refusal would be warranted on the basis of this. The rear access could be established without planning permission, and the dwelling converted into a HMO without planning permission. So moving on to the highways impacts. The applications tonight, including this one, again, all edge of centre, so the maximum standards. And again, another representation has been received during this meeting, requesting that perhaps the rear yard area be considered for parking. Again, I mean, whether or not an adequate turning area could be provided in this area, but the reason for the maximum standard is to reduce the negative impact of off-street parking, which is large amounts of hard standing and trying to retain some amenity areas in these properties. So accepting that in policy terms the proposals comply with the off-street standards, we need to assess the parking's impact on visual impact of that. So to summarise again, whilst there will be a slight increase in this on-street parking demand from the current application, this additional impact won't be so significant when compared to the issues in the wider area. Again, I mean, this does have permission to be used as a 4-bedroom, or is currently a 4-bedroom dwelling, so it's could be potentially a considerable number of vehicles associated with the existing property. So in this instance, we are seeking the enclosure and landscaping of the open areas of the site on the 2 road frontages, so the forecourts to the former ground floor commercial use. It is concluded that the positive visual impacts of these changes will counteract the negative impacts of the additional 2 on-street car parking spaces. In the planning balance, the cost of the additional on-street parking demand is substantially less than the benefit of the proposal, providing additional dwellings in a sustainable location, providing a good standard of accommodation. The application is in accordance with local and national planning policies and is recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. We have 5 speakers on this one. First one, Mr. Barry, who is an objector. If you'd like to come forward, and if you press the middle button, your light will turn red, and you have 3 minutes. Middle one? Oh.
Okay. Good evening. I am the owner-occupier of the adjoining property. I would like to raise the following points regarding the proposal. The original planning proposal included 1 off-street parking space and 1 cycle storage unit. The amended plan, which has a reduced amount of property extensions, has no off-street parking provision and no cycle store. The development site, in line with a comparable property at 121 Milton Street, which is the corner of Pope Street and Milton Street, can accommodate off-street parking for 3 vehicles. This could be done at 101 as well. The plan shows a blatant disregard for the need for off-street parking where it is feasible, and it also shows a disregard for sustainability by not providing cycle storage. The original proposal included the extension and conversion of an outbuilding into a single dwelling. The development area for this area is outside of the revised proposal area. The only conclusion is that this has been land banked for future application. The planning department has suggested locating a cycle store in this area. Whilst plans for this area are requested in point 6.15, this open area to the rear is not referenced in recommendation number 8 of the report regarding conditions. This needs amendment. I would conclude that the local parking issues are very serious and of widespread concern. The redevelopment as proposed could, but does not address these issues by providing off-street parking. Any planning approval should ensure that there is no future redevelopment of the existing outbuilding into a residential dwelling. There is an emergency update. I must admit I'm not over-impressed with the way the privacy issue has been addressed, and I would think that a site visit involving the interested parties would be useful, as access to the flats on the 1st and 2nd floor is via an outside staircase adjacent to my property. The site is more suitable for a family home or 2 flats accessible from entrances that do not impinge on my privacy. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Barry. Thank you for coming here this evening. And Ms. Townsend, objector. Not here? Oh, statement. Oh, right, sorry, I missed that. Yes, sorry. This is from Ms. Townsend, an objector, and her objection will be read by Ms. Snooks.
Thank you. With regard to parking, the arguments set out in the Planning Committee's reports are logical, but they bear little relation to the situation experienced by local residents. Firstly, the previous residents of 101 Milton Street had not used on-street parking for many years. I understand that previously some vehicles had been parked within the property's boundary, so while the property may theoretically account for 2 parking spaces, in practice it currently accounts for no spaces. New occupants of the property would be expected to park, of course, but because of the local pressures, they will probably utilise part of the property area for off-street parking. This will not be possible for residents of the new flats in the proposed plan. Secondly, it is unrealistic to suggest that 3 flats will generate the need for only 3 parking spaces. It is worth noting that much of the problem we have with parking is caused by commercial vehicles, including large vans, which in many cases will not be registered at addresses on these streets. This means that the statistics quoted about local car ownership In the 2021 census, 18.4% of households in local area did not own a car, do not reflect the quantity of vehicles being parked. To summarise, in terms of the experience of local residents, this development would convert a single dwelling, most likely using off-street parking, to 3 dwellings which must all use on-street parking. This would amount to an increase in the use of at least 3 and likely up to 6 spaces. This is why local residents feel so strongly that the proposal is unsuitable on the grounds of parking. I also find it rather insulting that the report notes, paragraph 3.18, quoted verbatim and clearly written without a great deal of care, the current planning application is not the correct route to address these issues. It is suggested that the current planning application is not the correct or most effective route to address these wider issues. Opposing local planning applications like this is one of the only tools local people can use to protect their areas. If every planning application is considered without reference to wider local issues, then it is obvious that these problems will only be worsened. Although I feel the application in its current form is not acceptable, I do concede that it may be preferable to some alternatives. With this planning application, there is scope to enforce planning conditions for important issues, including aesthetics and sustainability. I can see that this large property with barely any garden may not be attractive as a family home. Conversion to an HMO would be a worse outcome, over which local people have even less influence. I wonder whether a more palatable solution might be to convert the houses into just 2 flats of more generous proportions with off-street parking for both. The size of these flats would be more in keeping with the properties in the immediate area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nooks. Right, now have Mr. Olejnika, who's the applicant, and you have 3 minutes. If you press the middle button.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Peter Olejnika. I'm the applicant of the property of 101 Mitty Street. We bought this property to be able to convert into multiple dwelling and to renovate it. The property has been empty for so many years and it has becoming a dumping ground that people have been dumping rubbish on all sorts of things in that property. We want to spend a lot of money to bring this property up into a use. And firstly, I would like to make it clear that this is not an HMO. It's not an HMO property. We are not converting to HMO. We're going to convert to 3 flats. And there's a car park on site at the moment. And we're going to make use of this car park that is currently on the site. And we're going to provide in the charging point that people can charge their electric car on the site in the compound. And again, we're going to follow all the recommendations that the planning officer has put in. We're going to follow all the recommendations in there. And there will be a provision for refugee bin, that people can put their waste in on site. And also, we are going to follow everything that regarding the planning regulation when we are doing the place up. As the planning officer has already recommended for the approval of this application, I hope the committee too will approve this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We now have Councillor Harper again.
Thank you. The arguments with this are very similar to the 2 properties in fact you've heard earlier. The area is heavily overdeveloped currently, suffers from congestion and the impacts of lack of amenity space for residents. We're looking at converting 1 housing unit into 3 units. You're looking at an overall increase in bed space, and this is not so dissimilar to the way HMOs emerge from single properties. They often go through as phase, and then under the 6-bedroom rule, the next time you see it turns into an HMO. In this area, in Milton Street, last year, 7 HMOs were identified and a further 13 in both Charlton and Dover Street. This proposal has resulted in a large number of objections, and it is impossible, as the report says, to consider things in isolation. Tonight we considered a property 100 yards away in Charlton Street. Probably next month you'll discuss something another 100 yards away. And every time it's another parking space, another parking, no problem at all to the people of Fan, no problems. Except just over a year ago, someone was killed in Milton Street because of the problems of parked cars. They came out of their house close to the junction of Milton Street and Bazalgette Rise. A vehicle was travelling the wrong way down a one-way road and knocked the gentleman over. He was taken to hospital and died a few days later. That is what overdevelopment leads to in this type of area. 1 more car, 2 more cars, 3 more cars will only increase that problem. If you actually live around that area, and that map's a very good example, in the evenings and at weekends, where that curb bends, it's not visible because cars park in front of the curb at the junction. So residents, pedestrians cannot see across the road. If you're driving up these turnings, you can't actually see what's coming because the cars are so parked that they're projected into the road. And that's untypical because they park nowadays even further forward. Myself and residents notice this on a regular basis. It is not safe. The refuse bins we're talking about will again take up the width of the pavement. The pavement in Dover Street is very narrow, as you've seen in some of these pictures. Cars park on it. So how can you leave out all these extra bins on bin collection day and expect residents and pedestrians to be able to use those pavements safely? The impact of these developments is real. The local medical centres at Blackthorn and the Vine closed years ago their lists to new residents. Where's the next surgery from here? It may be Bowermount Road down at London Road, which is well over a mile and a half away from here. There is no, or the nearest is the Accident and Emergency Department at Maidstone Hospital, which is where local residents do go.
Can I interrupt you, Mr.
So this is completely against sustainable development. It's overdevelopment, no provision of off-street parking, fouls in terms of parking standards, the impact on the local environment.
Councillor Harper, you've got only 3 minutes. You've had a fair crack of the whip. I think we got your point. Thank you very much. Open it to Councillor Coates.
Things have got out of hand in the last 2 years since I was elected. These HMOs, they're just a name, but they're bad. I have paperwork after paperwork with HMOs everywhere. It's just got to stop. I don't know how it's got to stop, but it's just got to stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coates. Councillor English?
It's a shame, really, for Councillor Harper that they can't sort of offset the shortness of Councillor Coates' speeches against the override. In a sort of flexi-time system, it will probably work out. This isn't a HMO application, and although it has been said this evening, the 3 applications we have before us, although they raise some similar issues, are actually quite distinct. The first one in Charles Street, we went where we did because that was the right decision. I had to deal with an urgent issue, so I had to step out from the next debate, but again, I believe the right decision was made because that was a very different application. This one, again, is a different application. What we have to weigh here is something of an imponderable, I suppose. Is it better to take what is not an ideal application, or do we refuse this and almost inevitably, I think, see an actual HMO application emerge, which would not need planning consent at all, assuming they went for 6 or less. I know this area quite well. I was actually, I lived for the first 15 years of my life in 139 Milton Street, so I am aware that this is an area that has parking issues and indeed safety issues. In fact, those have got significantly worse over the years, because there used to be a very large parking court over the other side of the road from me, which has now disappeared, and that actually provided a significant amount of parking for the local residents. So this parking on this street hasn't just decreased because of the actual growth of cars, it's actually decreased because a rather large parking facility was removed and built on, which was rather unfortunate. However, that was a long time ago. What I would say is we have to weigh here the risks, I suppose, because this application, I don't think it's perfect. Councillor Harwood would doubtless mention that some of the standard conditions seem not to be here either. But the alternative probably would be a 6-bedroom HMO. So I just say that I'm still weighing up the issues on that one.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor English. Councillor Holmes, then Councillor Zabinski.
Thank you, Chairman. To be fair, very much like Councillor English has said, I'm weighing it up. I'm looking at the drawings, and yeah, we have to acknowledge this is not a HMO. As Councillor English said, the first one, yes, we dealt with that. The second one, yes, we dealt with that. And I think what struck me on this one though is it's a 3-bedroom, 3 self-contained properties. One of the properties just complies to the minimum space standards of 37 metres squared, which has a bedroom of 9 metres squared. 9 metres squared. That's very, very small. So I'd like to raise the point of, again, Councillor English was right. Is this the lesser of two evils of being this type of property over a HMO? That's a good point to consider. But on the planning, are we happy that the proposal on the DM1 is good quality? Yes, there's a minimum standard there for a reason. We've talked about minimums and maximums on cars and this and that. But I do have concerns over the proposal and the sizing of the rooms and the quality and what we're going to give, approval for. I'm not saying we don't want to grant approval. I'm not saying that that this is necessarily bad, but I'm saying, is it good quality in the sizes that are in the drawings? If you really look at the drawings, I just want to put that to the members to consider.
Thank you, Councillor Holmes. Does anybody else have any comments to make before I ask the officers to come back? Oh, sorry, Councillor Zabinski.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just a bit confused about the parking situation here. Are there going to be off-street parking slots? And if so, how many? Because I can't find it in here.
So far as I'm aware, there is no off-street parking, but I'll ask Mr. Fletcher to confirm that.
So in terms of the space standards, all the flats comply with the standard. The 9 square metre bedroom pictured here is for a single bed space, and the standard is floor area of at least 7.5 metres and is at least 2.15 metres wide, which that is. And no, the proposal does not indicate any off-street parking provision. Again, it's maximum standards, as we've discussed previously tonight.
Here it does say to the car parking space to the rear of the building.
Well, I mean, yeah, there is a parking area. There is a yard area to the rear which could be used to provide a vehicle parking space.
Okay, so one of the issues is, again, the parking. So are we saying that there's enough room for 6 cars at the back of the building, or 4 cars, or 2 cars, and is that going to be done?
No, it's as proposed. Just it isn't for 6 vehicle spaces at the back.
Councillor. So can we just clarify this? Because I think when we've seen pictures of the previous application, there were vehicles that are dilapidated and parked in the back garden area, and it has side access. You can see them over the wall. It has a side gate to get into the back garden. So it should presumably have a drop curb from Dover Street or whichever it is. So therefore, I think there is potential for parking, and I think the applicant did say there was going to be off-street parking. So does the officer understand that there is? If there is, how many are there? And the only thing that I can see, and I wanted to raise, was the access to what possibly is the first floor, which would overlook the adjacent property from the gentleman who has come this evening and spoken. And I just want to understand how we can stop people coming out of that door and just standing for a cigarette and having a look over into this gentleman's garden. So what is there at the curtilage between this property and 103? And can you verify what is the parking facilities that is being offered? Thank you.
So, well, if members are minded to approve, we could impose a condition that requires the applicant to submit additional information requiring the rear parking arrangements for the rear parking area, so the yard area. In terms of the boundary treatment, well, that's just pictured here on the screen. If members are minded to approve, we could impose a condition that would require perhaps that be, well, A, retained, and B, if a trellis needs to be put on top of that to increase the provision of privacy, then that could be conditioned.
So sorry, that wasn't completely clear. Have we got, and how many are there, been stipulated in the application for parking spaces at the rear? Just very clear, yes, Councillor Cox, 3, no, Councillor Cox, none. And if we need to put an actual reference, we need to retain 1.8 metre from the back door down to height matching the stairs, something like that. So again, back to you.
Yes, sorry. Condition 5 of the report details the boundary treatment that would be retained.
I think Councillor Cox is asking whether retained is sufficient to actually screen that first area.
I read 1.8 in the papers, the boundary treatment, so that would obviously have to follow at 1.8 up to above the door, because I think a door is at least one point. It's at least 1 point.
Yeah, precisely.
So that needs confirmation, and a yes, no, how many spaces are in the rear? Thank you.
In terms of the boundary treatment, condition 5 talks about the 1.8 metre high boundary at any given point.
Oh, that's okay. Good.
So that boundary would follow the height of the stairs and would be 1.8 metres from the platform.
Yeah, 5. One second. Got it.
At the top of the stairs.
Lovely.
in terms of parking space, there's one space provided off street at the rear of the building.
So that's not per dwelling, that is one by itself.
Councillor Holmes.
Chairman, oh, sorry, Councillor Harwood is actually fit. No, okay, I was going to say, after listening to that, obviously taking on my comments about the space standards, I do think on the DM1 the design is not up to standard. I also think taking into concerns, which obviously I appreciate isn't planning, there's 36 local objections to this one. 36, just want that to sink in, that how this is contentious matter. I just don't think the design's up to scratch. Parking, the boundary treatment does actually seem to be sufficed, but I'd like to move a motion for rejection on this one. DM1, it's not a good design with the space standards and the parking provision.
I think you'll find the requirement is for 3 spaces, and 3 spaces can be provided, unless I've got that wrong.
The 3 spaces aren't provided. I thought that's what we just established, so I'll move the motion.
Yeah, you're right, Chair. The requirement, as I understand it, is 3. We think that could be provided. It's hard to give a definitive answer because obviously there's but it's, well, like I think, was it a councillor earlier today did say, why do we put on conditions to make an unacceptable application acceptable? And we think that we could condition the provision of 3 parking spaces on site. Pretty sure it's 3.
Yeah. Is there any way, Mr. Jarman, that we can condition this?
Yes.
For the car parking to be conditioned that it is kept and saved?
Yes.
And then that overcomes your concern, because the requirement is for 3, and the drawings indicate that at least 3 parking spaces can be provided on the background, so on the backland. Yeah. So if we condition that, does that then mean you want to withdraw your recommendation for refusal?
Which drawing are we referring to? Is it
going to condition 3 car parking spaces on site? That's what's being proposed. So the chairman's saying, well, it wasn't seconded, but are you happy to withdraw if that condition is imposed?
It certainly mitigates the concern, but I am worried that we keep saying could, should, and not will.
No, it's to be conditioned. It will be a condition of the planning permission that 3 off-street car parking spaces be provided on site.
So if they physically can't be fitted, 2.4 by 4.8 times 3, it can't be built.
So we would put a condition on the planning permission requiring the 3 parking spaces to be retained and kept forever as parking spaces for that development. Is that okay now?
Yes, thank you.
I think it was Councillor Zminski, then English, Mumford, and yeah.
It's just, does that 3 parking spaces gain us anything? Because looking at the... Well, no, but people park round the corner and down the side of it, don't they? So, all right, they might be off-road, but it only gets them off the road. It doesn't increase the parking spaces or for the number of dwellings.
Councillor English?
The fact of the matter is that most of the objections to properties getting developed in this area, not all of them, I mean, the neighbour had a perfectly legitimate concern about privacy, which I'm not sure the condition may meet. Most of the objections in here are about parking, quite understandably, and it seems to me perfectly reasonable, given that this property has got eminent amount of space, given the number of derelict vehicles already parked there, but to actually make sure that there is adequate parking. So we condition it, end of story. And as far as this application goes, that's it, because you can't expect an application to address the broader concerns of the neighbourhood.
Councillor English is either proposing that or I'll propose it with that condition, with the guarantee of the boundary as well coming down the stairs. I'm happy to propose.
Okay, well done. Thank you very much. That breaks the circle. Oh, Councillor Harwood.
Thank you, Chairman. And just in relation to other issues other than parking, because everything seems to be subordinate to the motor car, whereas actually we've got to think about design. This is an important corner plot. Currently, it is a sea of concrete, you know, front, back, rear, everywhere. In terms of sustainable urban drainage compliance, we're talking about increased roof area. Where on earth is water going to go? Fan has already got one of the worst surface water flooding rates in the whole borough because basically there's nowhere for the water to go. We're seeing more and more intense rainfall events, and where they're ending up is in people's properties. And I do not understand how this is compliant in terms of washing its face, in terms of its runoff, because it's not. I mean, it just leads to additional runoff impacting on neighbouring properties. In that would suggest that we need to at least get some landscaping or some soft areas in here as a sump to take some of this water away. And because it's on this important junction, even more so. But currently, it is not good design. And I just, you know, and I want to understand how we're going to use the planning system to improve the setting of this site.
On that point as well, Mr. Chairman, if we are going to have landscaping put in, can we see about maybe adding some landscaping down the side to help the next door neighbour? Because I'm not satisfied that what's there is enough.
Condition 8, Mr. Chairman. It's in condition 8.
Fletcher.
So just going back to the parking, that would be a maximum standard of 3. So again, that's a maximum standard. So it doesn't have to be, 3. That's a maximum of 3. No, it's a maximum standard. It's a maximum standard. And going on to the landscaping, that's covered in condition 8, and we can beef that up to address those issues.
We need to bring this to attack. I'll ask Councillor Zminski and then Councillor Cox, and then we must come to a vote on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm still struggling with this parking business. At the moment, you've got parking on the street, right up the side of the building and round the front. If we have off-street parking, those parking spaces presumably would disappear, would they, or not? Or would they stay? And then somehow you go in, and then round the back somehow. And if that would happen, we would create 3 additional parking spaces, then that's fair enough. But it looks very tight to be able to do that. I don't know. And so that's, will you actually be able to go in and then have 3 parking spaces inside from one entry point?
But the three parking spaces are on site. They are private parking spaces. They are not available to the public, so they will carry on being used.
Yeah, I think as you yourself, Chairman, and other councillors have said, it seems to be that one of the main problems, if not the main problem in this area, is that on-street parking space is a massive problem. So all we're doing is using the opportunity of, from the photographs, it looks as if 3 off-street parking spaces can be provided. So we're using our power of being able to impose conditions to say there should be 3 parking spaces here and they should be maintained forevermore. Secondly, on Councillor Harwood's point, it is an important site because it's on a corner. It is all concrete at the moment. We could just beef up Condition 8, which refers to landscaping. Perhaps we could be more detailed on it.
Right. Is that clear to everybody? Interesting debate. Can I have votes in favour then of proposal of?
It's very easy. All I was going to say was, Councillor Harwood, it is in Condition 8 about the landscaping, but I think, as we've said, it's important that it is looked at and anything else that could be put in at that point. So that's all I wanted to just say.
We've covered the car parking. We're going to beef up landscaping and sustainability. Right. Okay. Is everybody clear? Good. Votes in favour, please.
Councillor Harwood would still like clarification of where we're putting this landscaping.
That's what I don't understand. Can I have some clarity as to where the landscaping is supposed to go? Is it down the boundary? Is it around the front of the Milton Street corner as a hedge, as a domestic boundary? What is being proposed? Because I think we need to pin that down. Otherwise, we'll either get nothing or something in a corner.
I'll let the officers come back to you on that.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Harwood. At the moment, Condition 8 is saying, prior to the first occupation of the approved accommodation, the existing open forecourt, so the front, areas, plural, between the building and pavements in Dover Street and Milton Street shall be enclosed and landscaped.
Yeah, I didn't read that as a planting plan. I read that as fencing or walling or whatever. I think the problem here is with runoff and the hard urban feel of that corner plot in a residential area. I think we need to specify planting, and it needs to be domestic boundary planting, like a hedge, similar to what you did before, and actually spell it out. Otherwise, I don't think that delivers, in my reading, a landscaping scheme.
It could be a
apologies, I was being sloppy in my language. Yes, that's what I meant by beefed up, being specific on planting. The second part of the condition is to do with planting.
Sorry for labouring this, but there are lots of drawings. There's 54 individual pieces to the flag application with the objections, and nowhere on any of the pictures does it show any landscaping on anything. All we've got is this text here, which specifies nothing as to where it's going to go or what the planting is going to be. I think what I'm saying is, can I give delegated powers to the officers to actually put detail in? It helps the applicant, it helps the residents, if we know where it's going and what's going there.
Sorry, I agree with that, and we can change the condition, picking up on your point, Councillor Harwood, to say, irrespective of the details submitted, we want specific planting.
And there isn't one of the, sorry Rob, just want to check that on the plans condition, one of those plans doesn't detail any of the landscape, because all I'm saying is you might have a conflict between a condition and a plan.
For brevity, I think what we're saying, or what I've concluded, is the plans as submitted are not good enough, hence the term irrespective of what's been submitted.
Councillor Howard, does that deal with your... Councillor Howard? Does that deal with, or you wanted to add something, give some direction to?
Yeah, I think if we do it with delegated powers so that the officers understand what's being sought. It's some soft landscaped element to the boundaries of this site, and that they be planted with a kind of domestic hedge type curtilage. But I've looked all through the drawings, and nowhere in the drawings does it say here will be a hedge. And I think we need to specify that, otherwise I think it's very difficult for the applicant, it's very difficult for us.
So in their case, the proposal and the seconder, okay, is to grant permission subject to the addition of the car parking condition for the 3 parking spaces, and delegated power for the officers to beef up the landscaping and tree planting, or landscaping. Is that all clear? Okay, can I have votes in favour, please? Votes against? Abstentions? So I believe that is carried, but I'll ask Ms Stokes to read out the...
Thank you, Chairman. That was carried. 9 in favour, 2 against, and no abstentions.
Thank you, members. Do you wish to carry on with the last application? Hold tight. Yeah. Okay. In that case, members, I need you to vote on whether we're going to carry on beyond 10:30, which you probably will. Are you happy with that? Okay. I'll tell that as a yes.
But we have to finish by 11.
Right, the last item on the running order, Holtai Cottage, Headcorn Road, Staplehurst. Mr Hagley, thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Chairman. Evening, members. As probably members will recall, this was at the last committee in March, where it was deferred, purely for me to come back with the monetary value for the trees that are part of this application, more specifically tree 3, which is the one that's going to be removed. In the papers before you, that is shown, or the details of that is within 10.09 and 10.10. The monetary values are there, and obviously Appendix B, which shows the CABAS system's been used, which was asked for at the time. The second change is the change to condition 3, where we had before a silver birch as a replacement. We have now changed that to a common hornbeam, a more structured and larger, longer-lived native tree. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Hegley. We have our local member, Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, members. It's late in the evening, so I'll try and be brief. I don't want to repeat all the arguments we had last time, but the big issue for us is that this is a major tree in our...
Can we have one meeting, please? I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'll start again?
Yeah.
If you don't mind. I can't cope with 2. My hearing's so bad I can't cope with 2 meetings. I struggle with 1. So this tree is very important to our village. It's a mature oak tree. It's been there a long time, long before any of the properties that were around it. It is visually very prominent. It's a very, very important tree, and I've had a lot of representation from residents about this tree. It is a healthy oak tree, and we live in the low weald, and oak trees are one of the symbols of the low weald. And to have it destroyed, which I'm going to use very serious language here, is for me totally unacceptable, and it's totally unacceptable for the residents, all the residents I've spoken to. So that's where we're at. Now, a lot of points in the papers talks about compensation. I'm not interested in that, quite frankly. This is a civil matter. This tree is on someone's land, and they want to protect that tree as well, as long as most of the residents in my village want to protect that tree. So it's on their land. There's no way they're going to allow anybody onto their land to destroy this tree. You're kidding yourselves if you think that. So this whole proposal is, quite frankly, a complete waste of time. Now, as for the alleged problems with this particular house, there are ways of dealing with that. I know plenty of properties in Staplehurst that have been underpinned because of trees. It's quite a standard thing to do, and I assume the residence is insured, so one would expect that. There are other ways of preventing the roots as well, which I haven't got the paper in front of me, but there are three. I noticed there are three options that I think a lot of this comes from the insurance company. To destroy the tree, I think, is about 9,000. The root prevention was about 33, and the underpinning was estimated to be about 75k. But this tree, as I understand this, and I don't fully understand how the calculation, is a valuable tree. It has a very high capital value. So I come back to the whole issue here. We should not be destroying valuable trees, particularly where you're committed to climate change and biodiversity. We have our action plan, and the trees are an integral part of it. This is a mature tree. It's not a small sapling that's just been planted. This is a very valuable tree. I can't emphasize that enough. And it has a big effect on a lot of my residents, and me as well, because I know it and I walk past it quite a lot. So all I really want to say is I want this refused. It's as simple as that. This is a value judgment. This is a visual issue. Whether the neighbours want to fight it out and whether we get sued, I don't think we will, because I actually think if they took us on this one, we'd have a very strong case. So I'm going to move straight away that I want this refused. Thank you. If someone will second.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Yeah. Can I ask Mr. Fitzpatrick to speak?
I'm not speaking against anything that Councillor Perry is saying at all, or trying to dissuade anyone from doing anything, but I just need to make sure that from a legal perspective, it is the MPPG does say that authorities should bear in mind that they may be liable to pay compensation for loss or damage as a result of refusing consent or granting consent subject to conditions. However, if the authority believes that some loss or damage is foreseeable, it should not grant consent automatically. It should take this factor into account alongside other key considerations, such as the amenity value of the tree and the justification for the proposed works before reaching its final decision. So to say, I'm not worried about the compensation, that's irrelevant. No, it is relevant. You must take it into consideration as part of your process. That's all I'm saying. Right.
That's fine, Russell. I fully understand where you're coming from. I was a bit loose in my language, and I do apologise. But you know where I'm coming from with this one. But thank you. So I think that's very good.
Councillor English?
I have taken the issue of compensation very seriously into consideration. If it were the only issue, then we would clearly take a decision appropriately, but it is far from the only issue. As the MPPF clearly sets out, one needs to weigh the issue against the other amenity and landscape issues that are relevant. And in this context, I believe that Councillor Perry has reached the right conclusion and his motion is correct, and I will be supporting it. I mean, he has weighed the issue.
Right, Councillor Perry, you proposed it be refused. Reasons for refusal, which must relate really to purely the amenity value of the trees. You know, we can't take really, we are aware of the compensation issues, we're aware of those, but the main consideration must be the amenity value to the general public.
I think Councillor Perry's motion was to the effect that having weighed the issue of compensation against the amenity value of the tree and its landscape contribution to the character, wider character of Staplehurst, that on mature consideration, the amenity value and the contribution of the tree to the wider character of the area outweighs, on this instance, the risk of compensation.
Are the officers able to jot down a 2 or 3 line reason for refusal that members can then consider? Oh, yeah, absolutely. I was quite happy with what Councillor English has just said. Mr. Hegley, come back.
The amenity value of the tree is part of it, and yes, there's no disputing this trees make a valuable contribution. In terms of refusing tree applications, usually it's the refusal of the reasons put forward for the works. So the reasons put forward for the works in this instance is that these trees are causing, or the roots of these trees are absorbing moisture from the soil and therefore causing subsidence to the property. Now, we would normally, if we were going to refuse it on the grounds that the evidence provided does not demonstrate that the trees are contributing towards the damage that they say they are causing. However, in this case, they've demonstrated they are causing the problem by virtue of the information they've sent to us.
I'm sorry, the legal officer read out the extract from the MPPF, which did not refer to us needing to refute the evidence that this damage is taking place, but referred to us needing to weigh that consideration that there might be a risk of compensation against the amenity value and other considerations of the tree. So surely the MPPF is a material planning consideration we can use to refuse this.
So I think in fairness to Paul, he's talking about practice mainly based on his appeal experience.
But nevertheless, the legal officer read out an extract which...
Yeah, I don't think the two are contradictory.
What I'm saying is, your sole ground for refusal is that you feel, as a committee, that the loss of this tree outweigh, its amenity value, the loss of its amenity to the area and to the vicinity outweighs the problems being caused to property. Fine. If that is kind of the basis of what it's, fine. That's what we'll base it on. But what I'm saying is, the appeal inspector, in all the appeals that I've ever dealt with in this instance, usually refers to, he takes that into consideration, and as my legal friend ever said, it's part of our decision-making process in what we have to look at. But he may just disregard that and look at it and go, well, they've demonstrated the trees are causing damage, cut and run, end of story, that's it. So it's going to be a balance. If we win it, great, because then we can look at that in other instances. But I just know from the 20 years of a tree officer, we would find it difficult on this grounds, but I'm happy to go with your decision.
Thank you, Mr. Hegley. Now, Mr. Fitzpatrick wants to come back.
It is a clear question.
Yeah.
And that is, we now have asked for the community value of the tree. We now think that we've weighed it up. But what I'm not hearing is, what do we suspect the outcome that Councillor Perry is saying is that the building could be underpinned? do we know the potential value of that underpinning, or is that not something which we should consider? Because, yeah, I'm just saying if that can be brought, but is it something that we might be liable for? Yeah. But is that it was muted earlier that figure would be covered by the person's insurance. But therefore, do we know that it's covered? Or is that something that the insurance company would say, well, they made a decision to not go with that, therefore they're liable for our outlay?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. We had this discussion at the last meeting. And I don't propose to have it again. Even the National Planning Policy Framework, which is supposed to be the underpinning planning document in this country, has some force, and it should do, and we followed that correctly, or it doesn't. If we want to argue, that the evidence is less than compelling, that's another issue. But I say that the NPPF is quite clear, and I would like to. I actually think, leaving aside this issue, I think it's significantly important to test whether the National Planning Policy Framework policy on this issue actually has any effect in the real world. If it doesn't, we know where we are, but frankly it needs to be tested.
Thank you, Councillor English. Mr. Thatcher.
Just to assist the officer a bit, and maybe so we've got the ground that's put forward by the members, right? Does Mr. Headley have a ground which you might put forward and think this is another ground that we could add as well to assist in the process? So it's in addition to what you got.
The only ground at the moment I can see we can go for, I mean, we'd have to word it carefully, is the amenity of the tree outweighs the...
Yeah, I think we agreed that 15 minutes ago, didn't we? That we're saying, obviously, as officers, we're balanced and they're different to you guys. But you were clearly saying to me, whatever the compensation, etc., the harm to amenity is so significant that it warrants refusal.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, as I understand it, Councillor Harwood, very quickly, and then we go to the vote.
Very quickly, we're talking about amenity in the context of visual amenity, but there's also the amenity in terms of, for example, there isn't a direct biodiversity net gain associated with TPOs, but there's 2,300 species associated with oak, English oak. In terms of carbon sequestration, the way they calculate it, it's hundreds of new trees are required to replace a tree this size. So it's all considerations that the NPPF picks up through the various sustainability routes. And I think the game changer as well is the CAVAT value. And I think the CAVAT value that's come out of 54,501, that's where there's a discussion to be had with the insurers and the civil action around underpinning for the corner of that bungalow is probably not going to cost £54,000. So I think we've got enough evidence now to be able to refuse it and to have a go.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Harwood. So the motion was to refuse on the grounds of the loss of amenity, of the loss of the tree, loss of biodiversity. And is everybody clear on that? Okay. Votes in favour, please. Yes. I think that is unanimous. Thank you, members. We've had some interesting debates tonight, haven't we? Right, there we are. Right. Thank you, members. Last item on the agenda, very, very quickly, is the appeals. Anything you want to say, Mr. Jarman, about the appeals?
Yeah, I think it was good, a good result.
Yeah.
Can I just say, it's been a long night, but I just wanted to just say on behalf of officers, I think it's been a really good year working with you. I think we've had some very considered and fair debates, so all the best for the elections. Thanks.
Appeal decisions?
I said appeal decisions, good result.
Yeah, on the appeals decisions, before we all go, I think the appeal 2 at Kingswood was a really important one around the enclosure of a garden and the fencing, because we see that all over the place and people are getting away with it. And I think this appeal has shown that inspectors will back us up when we get enclosure and garden grabbing.